Step one in live streaming is always remembering to hit the live button. Sorry, folks. I was trying to multitask and look at a bunch of other things and just trying to get organized for the stream, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I've been talking to myself for like 10 minutes now, haven't I? Oopsie daisy. Well, at least I rehearsed. So, oh God, yes, can I go back to this? This is not the one I wanted to pull up. No. Okay, that one is. Sorry, I am just still getting organized today. But I mean, hey, our illustrious dictator is back in Canadian soil. I think, or he took off, unfortunately, and landed safely. And I don't wish ill will against anyone, especially because he had his son with him, which is just, I don't even want to go there. I feel bad for that kid. You have no clue, dude. I'm sure he's just going to be like daddy's little squirt. Sorry to say it. Like, yeah, call me back in 20 years and let's see how he turns out. Just saying. So I do have my blog pulled up, but I really kind of organized an intro for YouTube, and unfortunately, because I totally fucked up, I just oopsie daisies.
And in a friendly, Thomas Müller and Leroy Sané getting the goals for the Germans.
Okay. Let's just pause that before I get a strike from Al Jazeera.
A minute's silence was held before Morocco's friendly against Burkina Faso in France. It was to honor the victims of the devastating earthquake that hit the North African country on Friday. Morocco went on to win 1-0.
Wow. Well, God,
French World Cup winner
they
Paul
lost
Pogba
a lot
has
of
been
people,
provisionally
but there
suspended
was
because of a doping offense.
Also another one. God, I need to pull down. I wonder it's fucking up. There we go. Put it back on normal. Please be normal. Sorry, if I don't swear at my computer, sometimes it just doesn't actually work. Okay. Sorry, dudes. I almost got this. You figure I would by now. Just like so many screens. Because I try and pull up a bunch in advance. It doesn't always work out. Okay. No, it's evening whenever. I love this guy's furniture. Christian Carpenter, you would love this guy's furniture. Like some of the projects he's doing, he carved all those. Like these are not like, I'm gonna just replay that one again because it was so short. But he actually did hand carve all those, or they were hand carved, you know? And today's animation. I'll be back in like one moment. Aw, you sleep. Good to you. I wish you a good day as well, Chroma. Love you, little one. Big hug, sir.
Why do I make things complicated? Why do I lose all my control? I keep on letting my bad habits make us both come crashing to the floor.
I love you, little one. I like this one. Although
Don't forget your first love.
this one, I actually, if I could do it again, I would speed up the footage more and do like multiple more images of each little frame. I think this one could actually, I'd like to do more on some of this, and I have a whole little cyberpunk one planned. It's just drawing up all the images and putting them in the right order. So what I might have to do, it sounds really painful, is put each image in individually, just because otherwise it won't flow together. And fireworks. Fireworks are always lucky. And of course, because I'm on an island, my signal changes. I am Cryptameria out of Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Which is very interesting. Please, this is not a makeup video. I'm just trying to multitask. Okay, let's go for today's blog. That is not today's blog. This is today's blog. There. Figure out the screens. Okay. So loading one. That's the one. That's the one I want. Yes. I think I finished off everything from yesterday I really wanted to get into. And I love the artwork. Like this turned out so amazing. I'm just bringing this up. Like, this is so damn cool to get this off of like simple bits of artwork. And, I have my whole like little trunk of prompts, and some of it is actually just my image. So it's actually just me. And sorry, I just want to get this first coat on. There we go. Oh, come on, babies. There we go. I make such a mess when I do my nails. Some girls can like just do it, and they do like these. The Bible is accurate when thrown at close range. And that's sort of like, I think of a few people I like to smack some sense into. I try it with Chroma, but he would enjoy it too much. And yeah, last night I dreamt Ringo Starr died. I was just like watching a TV in my dream. And this is still loading like molasses. So we're going to go. Damn it. Okay, I might have to reload this. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on, baby. Okay, no. Almost. It's not happy with the links today. Oh, boy. Oh, well. Good times, good times. Like, everything's just failing today. Mercury really is in retrograde. Okay, I'm just gonna stop that and see if it restarts. Okay, that seems happier. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Still no links. Oh my God, I might just open up a panel. I don't even know if it's. Hi. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, we're just hopefully. I think maybe if I shut some of these off, that might work. Did that work? It's not working. No, now I got a completely black screen. That's even better. Today's just going wonderful. This is like, oh, it'll work. Let's just try it again. I reset something. Oh, if I don't touch anything, maybe it'll work. Yes. Okay, there we go. I think we are scrolling. It's yes. And I hate showing the CTV right off the bat. They are just, but I think there's this whole conservative party over the weekend. I'm still pulling together clips from it because they have editors, and well, I have a faulty bottle of nail polish, so I mean, oh my god. And also there is like, gotta love 80s and 70s movies. Damn, they showed everything. I'm sorry, I just lied. Gotta love bikinis. Don't we all? Okay, I think, how long is this?
Oh, I sat down with conservative
and
Andy Scheer at the
okay.
convention.
Oh God, I don't even know if I want to pull up this clip. She is like one of CTV's most biased reporters. Like, there is like seeing how like there's this like, it seems to be this like TikTok school of journalism in Canada lately, like Rachel Gilmore, which I actually have a tweet from her. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, I love that one. Oh my God. That one's heavy. That one is like, yeah. Let me find it. just because there might be like, yeah. That one's a good one. Yeah. That one is a good one. Some of these old ones, like, that's why I've been going through them. Like, because there's so much media out there I haven't even seen. And a lot of stuff now, it's just, I don't even want to, like, it's interesting, it's beautiful, but it just seems, hey, anyone can go into a room and do CGI and do a video, Oh, that would be funny. That would be so damn funny. Some of these movies, like, yeah, I don't even know if I want to like go through her. No pun intended. Because I have, like I did on my blog yesterday, she was doing very, very bad things. Yes, I talk with my hands a lot when I'm on my own live stream. But if you are interviewing someone, you keep your hands down. And this woman will like poke and get into people's faces. And it's like, is this what you are teaching people in journalism school? Like, this is, I don't like, and I gotta hand it to him. He handles it like a champ. They all do. They just do, like the conservative, like, and hey, well, tomorrow I will have the aftermath if I'm not at work, or I will have it after work of the aftermath of like the liberal whatever shindig they're having. Because some of it's so weird. Like, didn't they just have one? And then Trudeau's like complaining about a plane. And I'm going to say, for the amount of cocaine on that jet, it should just fly itself. Like, why couldn't he just hop on a plane back to Canada instead of, and hey, okay, sorry, I gotta leave my jet here for a bit, but I'll be back for it. Like, oh my God, he's like turned into like, like this was not the G20 summit that everyone was hoping for. I'm going to pull up your comments. Now they're finally coming up. Sometimes there's a delay when this is a movie we were talking about. It is, I haven't seen it in, oh God, I don't want to say how long, but that, like, this is what I was saying. That would be a cool idea. I know, and she is a crazy bitch. Can I just say that? Like, she is insane. I would not trust this woman. I pulled up a clip of her the other day, and I was just like, because this is kind of sometimes a channel of cringe news. It really was like, I could not believe what she was saying. I might be able to find that press conference, but I don't even want to watch it again. Like, this woman, you can find it. She is insane. Yeah, no. She is, yeah. You should be standing up for your rights, because you don't want to end up like China does. We, like Second Amendment, we basically had Trudeau tell us we did not have the legal right to defend ourselves any means possible. And I am sorry, it is your God-given right to be able to defend yourself however means you have. Like, what are we supposed to do? Someone breaks in and we stab them with a spoon? Like, are they going to start banning spoons? Like, I don't know. Like, I wish that was funny, but yeah, no, it is like, she is absolutely woke and demented. I pulled up her clip the other day, and I cannot believe what this woman is proposing, especially in a state like New Mexico. Like, already sheriffs are like, yeah, we ain't gonna do that. Sorry, that's more Texan accent. I don't know, you guys. But at the same time, like, and basically, a lot of, like, look at Toronto. Toronto is a perfect model why this will fail. Because you say, oh, people don't have guns, criminals come in, because criminals obey gun laws, especially in the United States. Yeah, like, really? Exactly. I have friends in the country, and these are like single moms in the country, and they have to, like, they can list off everything they need, just, because otherwise, if they know there's a single mom in the country, you are a victim. That's it's almost like sometimes the purge or the road. Like, I never blame my American friends and family for packing heat. I wish we had these rights, and I think it is insane what is happening in New Mexico. This is absolutely the worst thing. Look at Toronto, like, we have seen such a rise in gun violence in that our major city. It's not the capital. Everyone thinks it's the capital, but it's actually not. And some of the stuff on the lower mainland, oh yeah, those gangsters, they really care about the gun laws in Canada. It's like more like party time. Like, yeah, that I saw that, and New Mexico, that is an absolute bad policy. It's not working up here. It's not going to work down there. This mayor is woke as shit, and dollars to donut. She's going to start putting in like bike lanes and trying to turn it into some kind of 15-minute dystopian nightmare. Yeah, I don't even want to pull her up. I don't even want to listen to her. I mean, okay, yeah, comedy CPR. I think this is more important than listening to a consented.
Looks like you're right. Someone should probably start doing CPR.
Wait, me?
Yeah, did you know if no one starts CPR before these guys get here?
Yeah, exactly. Criminals don't give a crap about gun laws. All she is doing is opening up the floodgates. It is bad.
Why do I even need to learn to do CPR? The first responders will fix them when they get here.
Not really. Doctor,
Not so much.
Between most people, there's something called the brain. After 4 minutes of no blood flow, the brain begins to die. And after 10 minutes of no blood flow, they become the vegetable. You know, I should have went to the school of fruitology. But when we do high quality CPR, we move good oxygenated blood.
He does the best videos. I know I pull him up a lot, but I think this is important for people to see.
Understand. Come here for a second. Most people think that when we're doing CPR, we're breaking ribs, which might happen, but for the most part,
you might break some ribs,
so crunching is
especially if you've worked in a senior's home. You got to be prepared for that.
Listen, in the end,
You're gonna hear a crunch.
How did you get in my room?
Spare key under your lock?
That's nice and all, Jason, but I'm not locking lips with anyone unless it's Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. No attractive ever goes in a cardiac arrest. But good news is you don't have to put your mouth on anybody. We do what's called hands-only CPR.
It has
now.
changed.
Put your hands in the center of the chest, push hard, deep, and
Just
fast.
do the compressions.
But I don't want to get sued.
Don't say
Staying alive, or pick whatever kind of fast beat move it.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. There's something called the Good Samaritan Act that was created to protect people while doing CPR.
This is where a lot of people, like, that was something working in a care home, that was like,
what if I talk with these? Not protected.
Well, I'm going to break this old person because I'm a lot stronger than them, but I'm going to save their life.
Sir, are you okay? If they don't respond, call 911.
Oh, wow.
Next, check for
Well, you can post a link to it. I don't care if people post links to other streams
and
of
it's easy from
mine.
here. It's just 200 straight compressions going at least 100 compressions a minute. Every 200 compressions, you reassess.
I was kind of mourning in my own way.
Inside. If not, you get started over again.
This is where we can sing.
You know,
we don't sing that song. We stick with
it's
the classics
complicated.
like Justin Timberlake.
Don't be so quick to walk away. It's me.
And just like that, you're saving a life. I know we made this video as humorous as possible, but in all seriousness, it's people like you, lay rescuers, that truly save lives. And listen, you can't do any of this wrong. And if you ever forget any of the steps, just call 911. We'll walk you through every step of the way.
Okay, I live
Thank
under
you so
a
much for
rock.
watching. Be safe out
I
there.
guess, or in a cave. It's like I was fighting against the algorithm before. Now with all these new regulations like C11 and C18 coming into effect in Canada, I'm gonna miss a lot of stuff. A lot of people are gonna miss a lot of stuff up here. So that's why I'm like, share away, you know. Music links, your artwork, I don't care. Otherwise we don't get it. Quite literally, we are nothing against the tragically hit, but it's, or we get such a restricted media already. And now with C11, basically our TV and radio is regulated the same way as, okay, no, the internet is regulated the same way as the internet or TV. And that's why I don't have cable. I have an antenna, and I get American TV and one channel that's in Punjab. Go figure that out. I get and a couple, I think I get the shopping channel and a Christian channel. 2 Christian channels. And then just all American channels that used to be normal cable shows. The Canadian government promised us, oh God, what day is it? We would have equal access, the same way as our neighbors in the States, to antennas and broadcasting. Like, if you were in the States, you can go to any Senate office, any of your offices, say, I do not have a antenna converter for my old TV, and they will give you one. That is your legal right as an American citizen. And the Canadian government promised us that they would upgrade things. I am literally 6 blocks from Check 6, even closer. And I cannot get their signal unless I throw it out on the balcony and kind of hold it up like the old school bunny ears thing. But this was the promise of our government, the federal government, not just the provincial governments. This was a federal mandate. And Trudeau has failed us on that. Why? To hold power. If you can limit information, you can limit power. So, and it's going to be very, very dangerous soon in Canada in terms of free speech, but it ain't my first rodeo. Oh God, yeah. This is he is so dumb. Crazy eyes,
The Charles Manson of the environmental movement and Minister of Climate Change in Canada.
Yes, this is who is leading us.
The Conservative
Oh
Convention.
my God, it's so bad.
Ends up in embarrassment.
Yeah, he fucked up. He could have bought a ticket. He's a cheap ass.
Andrew Lawton put this out on Twitter.
What an
asking
idiot.
Stephen
This is
Guilbeault why the
so
carbon tax
hilarious.
hasn't stopped wildfires, as he was trying to crash the Conservative Convention, saying that, well, the Conservatives, we allowed them into our convention, even though they didn't show up. Why weren't we invited, and where weren't we allowed to go into their convention? Really interesting that the ruling party at this moment really wants to crash their convention over the Conservative side. Maybe it has something to do with the rising popularity of the Conservative Party in Canada. But here's how he answers Andrew Lawton's question here.
You mentioned extreme events like wildfires and hurricanes. Why has your carbon tax not stopped those things if that is the answer to these problems?
This question, which I've heard in the House of Commons by many Conservative Party members, including Pierre Poilievre, is yet another example of the fundamental disbelief that you have in climate science and in science, full stop.
No,
We
that
don't solve
actually
climate change
doesn't
overnight, and we
answer the
certainly don't
question,
solve
you
climate
asshole.
change with empty
Come on,
slogans.
crazy eyes.
It's going to take years of hard work to tackle this environmental crisis. And the fact that you believe that somehow we can flick a switch on a wall and everything's going to be fine just shows how the total ignorance that you and many others have when it comes to the issue of climate change.
My policy doesn't work, so therefore you don't believe in science. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The way that they.
And I'm just going to take a moment about that because I don't want to strike for talking about the weather as a Canadian. That is what we do. We talk about the weather. We are not good at anything else but hockey and talking about the weather and doubles. But yeah, see, the Conservative, he's making all these claims, but the Conservative Party is, we are grassroots based. So we haven't even come together to talk about these things. And you're demanding an answer. This is like the whole point of a convention. But yeah, then he's like, you wouldn't let me in. And it's like, well, you can buy a ticket. You literally can buy a ticket as a civilian, as a member of public. Nobody was stopping you. It just nobody from the Conservatives wanted to go to the Liberal one. And I don't blame them. I really wouldn't either. Oh, God, this is so good. And I should have rolled a joint before I started polishing. Oh, God, I hate it when I do that. But yeah, like, he is so fake, and he shouldn't even be in the House of Commons because he has a criminal record. He is literally the Charles Manson eco-terrorist, like got it. That is like quote of the day, meme of the day. Like, how can you not agree with that one?
They translate these words that come out of people's mouths, but of course, this is the case for the Liberals. How is it that taxes are going to change climate events? Well, we just don't know, do we? We can't answer that question. But he goes on for more questions being asked about essentially the same thing, and he's harping on these same talking points the entire time because Canadians are concerned more about, well, are they going to have a home tomorrow? Then are we going to be able to compete with we're ahead of everybody else when it comes to the climate movement. But are we going to be helping people with that over in China? Are we going to be enforcing these same rules for India? Well, it doesn't look that way. But here's Stephen continuing on this path.
So I think what we understand that some Canadians are having a hard time right now, and I mean certainly.
Well, this clip didn't age well.
Measures such as dental care, child care to help Canadians who are struggling. We understand that with the rise of
he almost said child trafficking.
It is difficult for Canadians.
Did you catch
the
that?
Is not to go back on everything we've been doing.
I'm not accusing him. I'm sure he sticks to eco-terrorism, not,
to make it through these tough times. And we're confident that we will. We believe that we will be in a better position in the coming months. In fact, we've seen how many jobs have been created in the last quarter in Canada. So they are good signs, but we need to keep working hard to ensure that with Canadians, we make it through this tough patch.
So essentially, we've created the problem. We need to keep doing what we're doing, and then the problem will somehow alleviate itself. I think it was often attributed to Albert Einstein. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It doesn't seem like the economic policies of the Liberal Party are helping Canadians whatsoever, but they're focused on things like climate change. And of things, of course, which the predictions have never come true yet to date. but still believe us on the predictions for the future. And this is why I introduced this shirt on the merchandise store. You can get your ecological, not environmental. Obviously, Canadians are concerned about the environment, concerned about clean drinking water, they're concerned about air quality. These are things that are very much
like
a concern to most
nobody
Canadians,
on the
but
Conservative
we're not
Party is
mental.
against
So let's
saving
think
nature.
ecologically and
We're
a little
hunters.
less environmental.
We're
in
farmers.
this. But this
Like-
is Stephen Guilbeault going way back.
Like
Of
I
course,
find
brought to
that
you by Vesper. Skip all these
hypocrisy
clips.
insane
The best clips, go
because
check them out on Twitter.
a lot
But
of
this
these
is
people
the
are
quackery
people who
of the Liberal Party.
never
They didn't even.
voted
This
nature,
guy, he didn't believe
haven't
in the
hunted,
Liberals, and then
haven't
next thing you
farmed.
know, well,
and they're
we'll
the
see.
ones trying to
Greenpeace is
dictate
climbing the World
how
Tallest Building
people
today to tell the
who
world not to be fooled by
live
the Liberal
close to the
government.
land.
As I've
live.
decided to run for the nomination of the Liberal Party of Canada.
They don't even know.
Wow. Yeah, this guy.
Here, Jason Kenney says, from his perspective, that your appointment sends a problematic message to Alberta, and he is worried that you will, quote, bring in a radical agenda that
This guy.
would lead to mass unemployment. What do
Yeah,
you say to that?
it
Not to be
will.
fooled by the Liberal government.
Yes, it's saving the planet.
Yes, it's saving the planet, they say. But this is the actions of Stephen Guilbeault. He climbed for Greenpeace. He climbed up the CN Tower and put up a sign. Obviously, got arrested there. And this is the quackery of the Liberal Party. Of course, calling them watermelons is not an understatement. They come in. The green movement comes in with all green on the outside, red. The very bright communist red on the inside. Stephen Guilbeault also posting on Twitter, the Conservatives missing in action on climate. My statement. This is after he wasn't allowed into their convention. And he puts out this statement. The Conservative Party of Canada has closed their convention to outside observers, breaking from an important democratic practice in our country. What do they have to hide? You didn't have to go there to see the convention, Mr. Guilbeault. You could have gone onto YouTube, as I did, as many
I know. It's like
all the speeches were available.
Everything was
So
available.
there was
they
no real
weren't
point
hiding
in being there,
anything.
but
Like, sorry, you didn't
could
get to
have
go to
observed
the
if that's what you
banquet
were
bar.
looking to do,
Like,
is do observation.
are you
It was
kidding
all
me?
available. It was
Yeah,
mostly
there
televised,
was
not on
no.
national TV, but on
I
on
have
the internet,
never
on,
seen a convention
independent
with this
journalists,
much disclosure
channels, all kinds
because
of
the
places.
Liberals sure as heck
It was
didn't.
there. Even C-SPAN or CPAC had it, so you can go check it out there. It has been 1 year
But I
since
do have
Poilievre
some clips up.
became leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and he has offered Canadians absolutely nothing in terms of climate policy. Well, I believe he's,
we're deciding it.
helping us with that
As the
climate policy
Conservative
for sure,
Party, they
by
are
helping
deciding it.
Canadians get away
You
from
cannot.
some of these climate policies.
This is
that are
why
being put
they
in
go to
place. And of course,
conventions
you know,
to
this whole
decide these
thing
policies.
is railing
It's
on
insane.
Conservatives for not
He
doing
would
enough about climate change.
try
Obviously,
and
in Canada, we've
gaslight
done
or just
more than enough. We've done
be-
more than
he's
every
just
other
a
country when it comes to
creepy
climate change.
dude.
And it doesn't seem
I
like
can't
any
wait
of the
till, like,
adversaries,
guys
or
are camera
our adversaries, but our
He's
loyal,
just bad.
I guess, team members of the Liberal Party over in China are doing anything.
Oh yeah,
on
that's
their
even
end when it comes to
better.
climate change. So can you really take
He has
this
so many
seriously when
associations
the
to
biggest
China.
proponents for the climate policies are working in cahoots with places like China that are not doing anything.
Oh, yeah,
towards
it's
the
bad.
goals, their goals of climate change, and not to mention all of the people that fly around in these jets. They don't seem to take
Not
it
so much
seriously
Trudeau
when
today.
they're buying waterfront property while telling us all that the
Oh,
oceans
God, that-
will be rising.
Why can't he buy his own
Kind of hard
jet?
to take
That's
them
what I
very
want to know.
seriously. But of course, here's another person who was locked out of something. This was Ezra Levant taking on Twitter to say,
Oh, I know.
it was unfair that Stephen Guilbeault, as a public person for the government, has blocked them on Twitter at Rebel
Yeah.
News. Breaking: we just crushed Trudeau's minister, Stephen Guilbeault, in court. He illegally blocked us on Twitter. Today he was ordered to unblock us and paid $20,000 to Rebel News. His lawyers tried to get me to keep this details secret, so they wanted an NDA, but that didn't work. But this is where we're at. And I don't think that public figures should be allowed to block people on Twitter. I don't know. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. Tell me if you agree with that or if you disagree. Should they be able to block people? This is supposed to be access for everybody in Canada to these people. But of course, other people pointing out to Stephen Guilbeault's message here, Stacy points out, why does this keep happening, Stephen?
Exactly.
And this is a man arrested for in connection with arson with numerous forest fires in Quebec.
Exactly. What about BC? Oh yeah, we had some
Chibougamau, if that's how you pronounce that, in Quebec. Now, this is what has been told we're being told by the Liberal Party and Stephen Guilbeault. These forest fires are happening because of climate change. Climate change doesn't come in the form of a big lighter and some kindling out in the forest place with a crazy person. No, does it? No, but this is what we end up seeing.
Yeah.
According to the indictment, the Chibougamau resident allegedly set fire to a fishing cabin on May 31st and to forests in the area between July 8th and September 5th. Hughes Below says police were assisted by behavior analysis experts, criminal profilers, and forensic psychologists in their investigation.
Wow.
They don't mention why. They don't mention in the article why, but my thought is maybe this person is environmental. And that's really where it comes down to. Are these people unhinged? Are they completely unhinged?
Or they're paid.
I would
like
say so. I would say so. In my best estimate, that's where we're at. But the Conservative Party, of course, coming together more united than ever, as this article from True North insinuates. The Conservative Party members are making their way back home after a 3-day national convention in Quebec City, where there were many highlights throughout the convention, including attempts by Liberal ministers to disrupt the event and an extensive speech by Pierre Poilievre. And not only that, he spoke to the people on the way back to Calgary on the airplane on a chartered flight,
that was
which made social media rounds and had Liberals on the internet
were
losing their minds entirely.
Nuts over that, but it was a private flight.
I highlighted last week, and I can't
they were just trying to help
to the
people
fact
get
that
home
they're actually
after
focusing on these things. And this is from the grand opening of the Conservative Convention, but these two issues are on the minds, and they have been on the minds of Canadians for some time. And finally, the Conservatives are coming out and growing a pair of cojones and actually coming out and saying these things.
So in the course of 7 decades of service between her and I, our experiences shaped our opinion that Canadian values are being destroyed due to a lack of leadership and a woke movement that panders to narrow special interests.
Absolutely. And pointing out this woke movement, it deserves so much applause, but then it goes even further in this speech to pointing out something else. And this tugged on my heartstrings right here.
Canada deserves a common sense prime minister who will unite us all, who will recognize.
Yeah, I know. This one got to all of us. This was such a good speech.
Who will make a policy that makes us all better and all better off.
Yeah.
One who will bring us together with his vision.
This was such a good
there is
speech.
A place for every Canadian on his team. A prime minister for all Canadians who will unite us by making us see that we count, that every Canadian counts, no matter who they voted for. If Canadians feel strongly about something, a prime minister should listen, not attack and insult them.
And I know there are some very good people on the Liberal Party, but they are just being silenced and threatened at this point.
And drive to Ottawa to be heard. The Prime Minister should pay attention.
Absolutely.
I made an absolute mess of that.
Ovation for that. Absolutely. Still tugging on my heartstrings even today after all of this. But yes, they're coming out in support finally. And better late than never, but holy cow, we need to see more of this. This is something that we need to see lots more of. And if this happens, if this is what's gaining so much more support across the country.
I don't want to
as
do
we
the other
move
hand.
further
I
and
can't
further
roll.
into the liberal government that we have in Canada, and well, the liberal NDP government. I guess you can't let them off the hook with their supply and confidence agreement that they have. It's not a coalition.
Let's not go into the
It's
NDP. They're
an
disgusting.
agreement to keep them in power until 2025.
Absolutely.
And that's how they're going to stretch it out as far as possible. But there is a movement in Canada to get rid of that and move into the next era of politics in this country. But hey, leave this one with you guys. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think. Is the environmental movement, have they completely lost their mind, and are they pushing an agenda on Canadians that is really going to put us into a position of poverty, where we're going into not just energy poverty, but poverty in general? When that $20 bacon hits the grocery stores, what are Canadians really going to do? That's the question of the day. Anyway, leave a comment in the comment section down below, and we'll see you in the next one. Keep on trucking.
Well, I actually saw one of the local grocery stores doing $1.49 days. So basically, you had limits on what you could buy, but it was cheap. So some of it was, oh God. It's just called back bacon. There is no such thing as Canadian bacon here. That's like... Sorry. That was an awesome movie, though. Have you ever seen that movie with John Candy? That was hilarious. I miss that man. He was awesome. And that movie, was so underrated because I think it got buried under everything with 9/11. Speaking of the anniversary, or I seem to remember it coming around that time. And so it just sort of, people were a little, sensitive. I loved SCTV. Oh God, yeah. SCTV was great. They were, I think we are just naturally weird up here. And that's just, the comedy comes from there. But then when you have leaders like Crazy Eyes, like Stephen Gilbert, oh God, I don't even know how this man made it to the House of Commons, because we actually have laws about not allowing criminals into our public institutions. So oh God, I love that one. Mm-hmm. Well, it was heading up. Sorry. Speaking of bacon, something was on the wind back then, and something's on the wind now. We all feel it. It's like if they just said, okay, we're at World War III, kids, everyone would freak out. But it's like, oh, well, we have supply chain issues. People just, okay, go about their day. I don't know. I think something's on the wind. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, that one's a little long. I'll wait till the end for that one.
Canada. It's the U.S.'s cold, polite, hockey-loving neighbor to the north, a vast country of snowy plains, forests, and bustling cities. Worldwide, it has one of the best reputations of any country. Many see it as almost paradise, a safer, more equal, more stable version of the United States. For that reason, it's been a major destination for immigrants for decades.
This
Canada,
one
they
before.
say, is like America except with universal health care. And also,
No,
there's
we
a part of
don't.
the country that
Not
speaks
in
French.
BC.
If you went to Canada today, you might be shocked by what you find. Homeless people
you
sleep
would
in the
be.
streets. 10
Horrified.
cities cover entire public parks, including in small cities that had never seen homelessness before. Violent crimes are on the rise. Random attacks on the Toronto subway are making people afraid to use public transit. The universal healthcare system is collapsing. Emergency rooms are closing their doors on weekends. People are waiting for months, if not years, for treatment for deadly conditions. Canadians are living shorter lives as a massive opioid addiction crisis pushes down the country's life expectancy. Simply put, Canada is falling apart. But why? Why is this country with a reputation for being nearly perfect suffering from all these problems? And why are things going to get much worse before they get any better? In this video, we'll answer these questions. But before we do, be sure to subscribe to our channel for notifications on our latest news and analysis. And if you like this video,
This one
hit the
isn't
like
too long.
button
I
and
think
help
I'll
us
play
spread
it.
the word. Canada is a massive country. It's the second largest
It's
sovereign state
important
in the world
facts.
by land area, but it has a relatively small population. With 40 million people, it has slightly more people than California.
Well,
The
thank
Canadian
you.
Prime
Thank you
Minister
very
from the
much. I'm
1930s,
not
William
interested,
Leon
but
Mackenzie
someone else
King,
might
once
be.
said, "Some countries have too much history. Canada has too much geography." But that geography has always been the heart of Canada's economy. Ever since the region was colonized first by the French and then the British, Canada has had a resource economy. First it was fur, then logging and fishing, and in the 20th century, Canada became a major exporter of oil and hydroelectricity. The oil fields of Alberta and the massive hydro dams of Quebec were the lifeblood of the economy. To be sure, Canada had other industries too. There were factories in the cities, and financial institutions and ad agencies and all the rest. But the core of it all had always been resources. Importantly, Canada has always lived in the giant economic shadow of the United States. Many factories were branch plants of U.S. firms like Ford and General Motors, Heinz and Kraft and Campbell Soup. But today, something has gone terribly wrong with Canada's economy. Canadians are getting poorer, both relative to other countries and in absolute terms. A recent OECD forecast predicted that over the next 30 years, Canada will have the slowest growing economy among the OECD countries. A generation ago, Canada was near the top of the pack among the world's wealthy countries. A generation from now, it's expected Canada will have fallen to near the bottom among wealthy countries. At the core of the problem is productivity. Canada isn't growing. Economists will tell you that productivity is the key thing that drives wealth in an economy. Productivity is a measure of how much output an economy creates per worker. The more output each worker produces, the more wealth there is in the country. Canada's productivity has stagnated. A generation ago, Canadians were as productive as Americans. Today, the average American worker is nearly 40% more productive than the average Canadian worker. The result is that Canadians earn less than Americans. The average salary in the US is around $57,000 US dollars, while in Canada, it's less than $44,000 US dollars. So why is this happening? In simplest terms, it's because over the past few decades, Canadians have stopped making things and have instead refocused their economy on buying and selling houses. Canada transformed itself from a resource economy into a Ponzi scheme where people buy and sell homes for increasingly large sums of money. It all began in the global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. Canada didn't actually have a financial crisis at that time. Its housing market didn't bust out like the US and British housing markets did. Its banks were sound and didn't need bailouts. But when the world's central banks started to drop interest rates to stimulate their economies, Canada's central bank, the Bank of Canada, did the same. It dropped rates to nearly zero. Suddenly, mortgages were extremely cheap to borrow. House prices in Canada began rising dramatically. At that time, 70% of Canadians owned their own homes, and all those people started feeling richer. They also felt invincible. They saw the US housing market go bust, but nothing had happened
Just
in
the
Canada
facts,
that
ma'am.
gave Canadians a sense of immunity from crisis. With this sense of newfound wealth and invincibility, Canadians began speculating on the housing market. House prices in major centers like Toronto and Vancouver grew by double-digit percentages every year. It looked like the beginning of a massive housing bubble, except that bubble never burst. Then in 2014, the next phase of Canada's decline began. Global oil prices collapsed, falling by half in the space of a year. Oil was Canada's biggest, most lucrative export, but with the crash, investment in the oil industry began to shrink. Businesses and the government turned their back on oil, and everyone focused even more on buying and selling houses. The flow of business investment money changed direction, away from Canada's resource economy and into buying and selling housing. Canada's high rate of immigration meant the country always needed more new homes, and money flowed into the construction of new residential real estate. Meanwhile, Canadian households were putting more and more of their wealth into buying homes and less into stock markets and all other investments. The money needed to invest in new businesses began to dry up, even as billions and billions of dollars flowed into the construction and purchase of houses and condos. And that trend never stopped. Recently, the amount of capital flowing into residential real estate in Canada has started to exceed the capital going into business investment. That's right. Canadian households and businesses now put more money into housing than they do into everything else combined. This is a totally imbalanced economy, and it's starting to have a very negative effect on the country. With so little business investment, Canada is barely creating any new businesses, and what new businesses there are usually bought up by U.S. companies, because in the U.S., businesses still have money to invest. The amount of investment into every worker is now nearly twice as high in the U.S. as Canada. U.S. businesses invest nearly $27,000 US into each worker every year, while in Canada, it's just over $14,000 US. This is why Canadian workers aren't as productive as American ones. They aren't getting access to the kind of resources their American counterparts are getting. They work with older equipment, older computers, worse software, older factory machines, and so on. And so they produce less, and so Canadians are falling behind. But just as importantly, if not more, is the fact that just as money has shifted towards housing and away from everything else, housing has become incredibly unaffordable. Between 2010 and today, the average house price in Canada tripled, and that happened even as Canadians' earnings stagnated. While this run-up in house prices has been great for current homeowners, it's been a disaster for young people trying to break into the housing market, and the situation has gotten much worse since the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, once again, the Bank of Canada dropped interest rates to zero, and Canadians began borrowing to buy houses faster than ever. Between 2020 and 2022, house prices in Canada soared by 50%. Then inflation came along, like it did in many other countries, and the Bank of Canada did what other central banks around the world did. It started raising interest rates. This has had a nasty effect on Canada's housing market. Unlike in the US, where you can get a mortgage for 30 years with a fixed interest rate, in Canada, mortgages last 5 years and then have to be renewed at a new interest rate. You can also choose between a fixed rate for that 5 years or a variable rate that goes up and down with interest rates in the economy. During the pandemic, variable rate mortgages had lower interest rates than fixed rate mortgages. With house prices so high, many buyers chose the variable rate. About a third of Canadians have variable rate mortgages where the interest cost can go up and down every month. When the Bank of Canada started raising rates, 1/3 of Canadian mortgages instantly started to get more expensive. Plus, the remaining fixed rate mortgages all come due within 5 years, meaning even people with fixed rate mortgages are now being forced to refinance with much higher interest rates. This put the squeeze on Canadian consumers. Many began to panic. But Canada's banks, wanting to avoid a US-style housing bust, came up with a novel solution. They started increasing the amortization length of mortgages, that is, the amount of time it takes to pay off a mortgage. This lowered mortgage payers' monthly payments, but it also extended the length of those mortgages by a lot. Because the amount of money being borrowed is so high, many Canadians now have mortgages that will take 70, 80, or even 90 years to pay off. This is not a joke. This is what Canadians are facing today. The dream of owning a home has become the nightmare of nearly permanent debt slavery, and all it took was a hike spike in interest rates. Meanwhile, for first-time buyers, the price of housing combined with high interest rates has made it impossible to buy a home. People are still buying homes, but those buyers are existing homeowners who can leverage the wealth in their current homes to buy investment properties, or their corporations buying homes out from under families. A recent analysis found that at current house prices and interest rates, only 10% of Canadians could actually afford to buy a house in today's market. No wonder Canada's home ownership rate is falling, from 70% a decade ago to 66.5% today, and it will almost certainly keep falling. Canadians are being squeezed out of home ownership one household at a time. Adding to the problem is a growing housing shortage. Canada's federal government, led by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of the Liberal Party, recently increased Canada's immigration levels to around 500,000 newcomers per year. But on top of new permanent residents, Canada also takes in hundreds of thousands of foreign students and temporary foreign workers every year, most of whom end up staying in the country. The result is that Canada's population is now growing at a rate of 1 million per year, a huge number for a country of 40 million people. Canada's population growth rate is one of the fastest in the world, on par with some sub-Saharan African countries. And the thing is, Canada's sluggish, underinvesting economy can't keep up with this population growth. The economy literally cannot keep pace with the population, and in the second half of 2022, Canada fell into a per capita recession. Its economy is still growing overall, albeit slowly, but on a per-person basis, it's shrinking. There aren't enough jobs, and there's not enough economic growth to keep everyone in the country as wealthy as they were before. Rapid population growth is also causing Canada's once beloved healthcare system to be strained to the limit. None of Canada's 1 million new arrivals per year are able to work as doctors because Canada doesn't recognize foreign medical credentials from most immigrant countries. The country lost a lot of healthcare workers during the pandemic. Many of them quit due to stress or because they disagreed with the vaccine mandates that the government-run healthcare systems imposed. And today, the healthcare system is gaining almost no new workers, even as the population explodes. Equally bad is that Canada doesn't have the construction workers to increase the housing supply to keep up with the population growth. Canada is able to build about 200,000 new homes per year, maybe 240,000 if construction companies go all out, but that's nowhere near enough to house 1 million new residents per year. And economists say there aren't enough construction workers to build more than that. A recent report from Canada's mortgage insurer estimated that the country needs to build 5.8 million new homes in the next 7 years. It's on track to build around 2 million. And all those new immigrants coming into the country, virtually none of them are going to work in construction. Canada's immigration is based on a point system that values high-skilled labor, that is, people with a college or university degree. That means Canada gets high-quality immigrants who can contribute a lot to the economy, but it doesn't get construction workers. With the housing shortage getting worse every day, apartment rents are soaring, up 30% in Toronto in just the past year. And so the country is stuck in a game of musical chairs, where the lowest earning people are being pushed out into the streets, and homelessness is growing by the day. The worst part is that there is no political will to fix the problem. Canada has 4 major political parties, 5 if you count the separatist Bloc Québécois, have any plan to seriously increase the supply of housing. That's because at this point, with the cost of land and construction so high, they can see that the government doesn't have the money to fix this problem. It would take hundreds of billions of dollars of borrowed money to build those 5.5 million homes, and at today's interest rates, the government can't afford it. Not to mention, doing something about housing affordability means house prices would come down, and no politician wants to alienate the 2/3 of Canadians who still own a home and are happy with their massive equity gains. At the same time, none of the political parties are willing to cut the immigration rate. Anytime a politician suggests lowering immigration levels, they're accused of being racist and xenophobic. This is despite the fact that a majority of Canadians, including immigrants, think the government's new immigration levels are too high.
They
In other
are
words,
just,
Canada's
we do
political
not
leadership
have
is
the
as stagnant and
infrastructure
out of
to
ideas
support
as its business
these
community.
levels.
In the coming years,
We are
can
going to
expect
turn
see
ourselves
Canadians dying
into
of
a third world
preventable
country
diseases, families being forced
because
to live
this
in the
is
streets, and politicians who simply turn
unsustainable
their head and
mandates.
pretend the problem doesn't exist. Sadly, Canada's crisis will have to get much worse before the country realizes it
it's
has
gonna
to take action. And if you're thinking
it'll
of
go
immigrating to
down
Canada,
before
we have
people
3
wake
words
up.
for you. Don't do it. If you like this video, hit the like button and help us spread the word. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications on all our latest videos.
I'm glad how
In the meantime,
they
check out
really
these videos here to learn more.
broke
Thanks
that
for
one
watching.
down. because it was just, here's the facts, here's how we made this whole thing happen to ourselves. We got rid of manufacturing. We got rid of all our natural resources under the guise of we're saving the environment. It's like, who are we saving the environment for? Because like, if people are going starving, which is happening, we didn't have, like this documentary said, we did not have tent cities in Canada before all of this. And now all of a sudden it's like my friend went downtown last night. He didn't leave the car. His friend was like, I want to show you something. So they went for a ride downtown, and he was like, oh my God, it's like zombie city. And I want to film it, but I cannot, it's not like it used to be. I used to live downtown, like right downtown, no problems walking around any time of night. And then, yeah, the earth will be fine. We are the carbon that you're trying to get rid of, and just seeing, like, he was like, yeah, I saw, like, I almost don't want to even describe it. But I'm going to be filming it soon. It's going to have to be like a military operation, and also I will have to be in a vehicle. There is no way I can film at that time of night or more, like early morning, just walking around the street anymore, even though I used to just live like a block away from. It's my first husband always, and I have gotten into it. I seem to get into it with everyone, but with the very politely, shelter owner. Oh yeah, I've already been rolled for my wallet once and keys, so I just don't want to chance it again. It's probably why I've been online more, in between jobs, just because it's safer than going to the pubs or going out. And as soon as the tourists leave downtown, like, I actually want to do a video now while it's still, it's tourist season, and then show you one probably around, late December or early November, because I'm sure they will, it always seems so much more dressy with Christmas, but we need different policies in BC, or it's not going to be. A lot of people order online from downtown shops just to support them, but they don't actually want to go downtown. I'm one of them. Like, there's certain areas I'll go to at certain times of day, and I never felt like this in my city before, like, it's so disheartening to see. And I know what all, like, BC has this weird policy where you can carry 2.5 grams of any drug you want. Yeah, but we're the only province in Canada. It was supposed to be Canada-wide. Now we're the only province. So where are people coming? To where it's warm. To where they can camp out basically all year. And if the government says, oh, it's okay, you can have whatever you want, then, it is a recipe for disaster, and it has been, and it's only going to get worse. So I'm going to talk to friends about filming, because I do not, like, maybe during the day, but also I do not want some of these people on the radar. If I haven't been downtown, they don't know who I am. You go downtown, they start there. It's actually, I'd like to even interview some of the old timers, because a lot of them have been like, you don't want to come down here. Like, they don't feel safe down. And these are like people who spent like, decades in prison, who do not feel this. It is like I don't know if you ever see some of those like Kensington channels, like, out of where the people are just like nodding out and doing the Wachusett. That is what downtown is like. And I it just, the logistics of filming it are so much, and I am so grateful for Vancouver watchers, because they're like, well, I don't really have a choice. I live down the street. Like, I kind of just do this going to work. It sucks my life. Like, and a lot of it, like, we don't need a bridge between the Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island in terms of the drug trade or the homeless problem. And there are so many dynamics to homelessness. Like I said, there were like the old timers down there I worry about, because these are people who, housing is so damn expensive here, they can just not catch a break. Some of these old guys or girls, like, it just, they tried their best, or they had bad circumstances, and they don't deserve to be out there. Huh. That's funny. I pulled up job 19. And it's kind of like job 19 is where he's like, really like, okay, God, what else do you got for me? And I think we all get to those points in our lives. I like that one. I actually, like, I remember the first time I read Job, like, really, really unpacked it. I was in a pub watching, like, the hockey game, and I'm like, okay, this Bible stuff is dumb. I'll be honest. No offense. And then all of a sudden I'm like reading it, and it was so hilarious, just because Job is so, like, yeah, it is a horrible graphic story in the Bible. I would not recommend it. Like, if you want to let kids read it, you might want to sugarcoat that one. Because, like, kind of like my mom did. I was never really allowed to read it. I only read it like when I was older, actually, And she just said it was a question of patience. And if you get my mom has like I see where I get my dark sarcasm from. I'm like, well, that's just it. It's people are going to call it a lot of things. But we actually have had mini ice ages, actual cold times where there's cold times without, even before the industrial age. I think the last one before the industrial age, I think, we had one in the 1800s, but there was one in the 1600s. People don't think about that with history, or it was just such a brief, 50-year span. It can't even be classified under science to be an official ice age. They have because otherwise people would freak out. And I think we're going backwards. I think that if you would like to come up, sure. Here, I'll post a link for you. I wouldn't normally, I still have more time on my stream, I think. Yeah, just that way you get a, yeah. And if you have any projects you want to share off or anything, yeah, no worries. And also post a link to your anythings. You always know that. There we go. Yeah, I'm totally happy pausing this. I might just bring the laptop onto the balcony for smoke, but I'm sure you don't mind. Yeah, no worries. Or, anyone else. I'm sure there's a few people who have words for me. There we go. Now I got it, yeah. Boom. Nice.
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, sir.
I gotta avoid copyright. Hold on. I'm inside this coffee shop.
No worries. Oh, I don't think he can do any damage to my channel that I haven't already done today. Or going to do. I still have more clips. Okay.
I posted a video where I did a chase scene from Terminator 2 with some music I wrote, and I left the sound effects and it's backwards, and it's really bizarre. It's really cool. And I posted a video today that I made in 2017 that's about conspiracy theory, and it really makes a point, I think, about the use of the word and what it means. And because yesterday I went down, I really had a positive experience talking with people about the disinformation about what happened 22 years ago. And I mean, it really messed my life up, messed up a lot of people's lives.
A moment yesterday. I know it's one of those emotional days. It was for me.
Yeah.
I think even though I was across the border, I watched the second tower go down live. I got off early from university. Everyone, and I was so, just a sleepy kid. I didn't even know what was going on. And I go over to my friend's house and I watch the second tower go down live.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, then I did a bunch of reels and drank 2 6 of tequila. I think that's like how you should, like, what else do you do with the end of the world? You know?
The weird thing that really bakes my noodle is every time I'm watching it, the South Tower falling, that's when my friend was killed. And it's like,
yeah.
I get up to the seconds just before it happens, and then I start, because I'm thinking about him, but it really hits me like it's the first time. And I didn't find out till a year later he was killed. So it's really a weird, like I feel this fear, and that's my friend. He's in there, and he's being pulverized and cooked alive, and it's like, it's a really, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's
just think it would have been quick, and Jesus took him. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just one of those people. I go through pain. I don't avoid it. I go through it, and I've dealt with my wife passing away and all this stuff. You know, when I was 14, my dog got shot, and I guess I've had to deal. I've always found, for my type of human being, is that I have to go through it and come out on the other side. But this kind of thing, because it's impacted our lives, it's like I have the antithesis of Christmas. It's like the opposite of Christmas, you know?
Yeah, so. Yeah, I know. It's become one of those moments, anniversaries. It's like, it's almost like Remembrance Day, or I mean, even Valentine's Day didn't have a happy history. No.
Yeah. St. Valentine really put his life on the line, didn't he? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's really bizarre how how culture, like, really is in denial of it seems like everything is sugar coated.
There we go.
You know, my mother made me watch a Grapes of Wrath like when I was 11 years old. She sat me down, and it really, I mean, like I couldn't talk.
Yeah.
It was a powerful film, and when I would see homeless people when we drive through DC, I'd see them sleeping on grates in the 10-degree weather, and I would think, that could be me. I didn't think, oh, those losers. So when I'm getting like crap for walking around this beach town with a backpack and I'm homeless, and people like look at me and snide and do this, I want to walk up to them and say, you could be homeless.
Exactly.
You are not immune from that.
That's it. Just with the drug situation in BC, it is becoming a toxic situation. We're turning into Portland. Okay, nobody wants to go full Portland. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah. It's
like, and you, like, it's different everywhere.
Nope. Yeah. I don't miss Washington, D.C. I do miss some of my friends up there. Mm-hmm. But it's like my drummer friend, who I recorded a lot of music with most of my life, I replaced him with a drum machine that I use now when I practice and I write music. And it's like, I would like to be in a room with him with his drum kit and actually composing music, because we could write music and we could write a song in as long as it takes to play it. We could anticipate where the song is going, so we could write music really easily and remember it and play it like as an actual song.
No, it's amazing when you have that connection with someone you play with or do.
My mom said it was like mom said it was like Lennon and McCartney. And that's a big compliment. Yeah.
My mom, I've actually asked her to help me do music to my animations, so I'm not getting so many copyright strikes. She just moved, so I don't want to like pressure her, especially with the kids like going back to school. But
you can use one of my songs.
Hold on, yeah, she's excited. I think too. It's not, it's a no pressure thing to do after retirement.
Oh,
And
okay. Yeah.
I just need simple little clips for, and some of like all the animation I'm doing, it's so much data and it's so much time, but I'm so excited about it. I know it's going to lead somewhere, and I've even said like if I stop now, I will look back and regret it because I didn't try. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
There's nothing more expensive than regret.
Mhm.
I've learned that. Um, you know, I don't have the nerve to walk up to girls that I think are interesting anymore at my age. Approaching 60, and it's like there was this guy who I thought was my friend. He turned out to be a real jerkwad.
Aw.
He's one of those emotionally abusive people. He would give me praise on my music, and then he would turn around and criticize me like really like immaturely. And he like gaslit me, and I always get those
That
alarms.
is,
When someone's gaslighting you, you get those alarms, and I'm like, no,
yeah,
he's
and
gonna let me
and
sleep
a
on his
lot
couch.
of times, like I know what you're going through because a lot of times you know it's happening, but you still let it happen.
Hmm.
And it's an awful feeling, but we all go through it.
Yeah,
So I
last night
yeah.
last night the rain. I didn't have my phone has been off. I'm getting it turned on tomorrow, but I couldn't look at the radar. So I was on the beach and I was looking at these thunderheads on both sides of the island, and I'm like wondering, are they going to come over Cape Canaveral? And like there was one over Merritt Island, like up like 8 miles inland, and it was massive electric. I mean, there was
Wow.
so much electricity in the sky.
I would
So I walked.
love that.
What?
I would just say like cat like sorry, I love static electricity. I'm
Yeah, me too. But just to tell you a quick
tell
little
me why
story.
you're jealous.
So I walked a couple blocks inland to the other side of the island to the Banana River behind where this church is. There's a gazebo that's right on the Banana River, and I set up my sleeping whatever, and I heard a blowhole like from a dolphin go. And I said, "Oh my!" And I knew the sound because I'd seen dolphins before in Wales. And I got up and I looked out in the water, and there was 6 dolphins on the surface.
Oh,
And right at that instant, there was all this electricity in the sky, and there was this heat lightning, and it turned day for about 3 seconds, like the lightning, and they all jumped out of the water. And I wish I'd recorded it. It was like God made me walk over
no,
there.
I am getting chills about
It
that
was so
because I
beautiful.
can
It was like,
literally like almost see it in my head.
but here's the clincher. I walked out of the gazebo to the edge of the water, and I put my hand in the water, and this little head came out of the water 5 inches from my hand, and it just looked at me, and I could see its eyes, and I just felt like it was gonna be okay. And I could have missed it. I could have waited an extra 10 seconds and not seen that. But everything happened
I know.
synchronicity to end up at that moment was
I
so
have
beautiful and transformative.
I have had so many moments like that today. I talked with a friend or like on one about a story I have seen. Like there are more things in the universe than we can explain, and some of those moments, like it is magic. They're simple, they are free, and that is magic. That is, God or anything, out of a fairy tale. You
Yeah.
had that is such a cool story. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. I wish that I had the presence of mind to record it, but it didn't occur to me because I mean, I've tried to capture lightning, you know, so you have to be
Yeah.
you know, already filming and already taking pictures to do it.
Yeah, you actually almost had to do it like in stop motion and
Right.
already be, and actually because it's so fast, it's like usually with stop motion you're going forward. You're animating, you're speeding things up. Whereas when you're filming lightning, you actually have to dial it back. I think that's why, like, when I drew, like, one of my clips is lightning, just because it's so hard to capture. And I think that's actually, I think Tom would agree that that would be a great theme to explore with art more. Just,
Yeah.
you know, just to, as a way to, because I'm getting so many photos, I want to eventually make at least a half an hour clip, not just a 30-second clip,
Yeah.
but a half an hour one. But when all my photos and AI art are all over the map, it is not gonna flow together as a movie to make it look like it's real or actually moving. I don't care if it looks real. I just want it to look moving. That is the trick with animation, and it's sort of like, it's like, I always joke that AI art is, it's like training a cow, not training a horse. As a,
Okay.
I'm a cowgirl. I'm a cowgirl, so there's a difference in, you know, cows don't listen. That's why the prods come in. You know, a horse you can negotiate with, you can talk to. A cow, very, very, very rarely will any of them. I love all your palm trees. I want to pull this up.
Yeah.
I want to pull this up.
I don't know how far the Wi-Fi will reach, but
No, it's okay. You don't have to go far. It's just, I mean,
yeah, it's Cocoa Beach.
and actually, I have to say, this is actually way cleaner than the mall. Oh my god.
There's doves that live in these palm trees. There's a pair of doves. They usually sit up here, like on this branch, just like right over there, and they have a nest in there, and they're really interesting. I see them like it's like I wrote a song called Frequency. It's on my channel. It has the sounds of doves in it.
Nice.
And I feel like I'm really connected to those birds. Also starlings, but doves, they just.
Yeah. Oh, we don't really have many doves up here. I think I've seen like one or two. But yeah, more pigeons. We do have pigeons here. And of course, Canadian geese, which I am so grateful. I know this is going to be horrible to say. But thank you to our Washington neighbors for having guns and hunting them and doing a call, because we won't. It's like, oh my God, they're like, we cannot. And then they come across the border and Washington State is like, get hunting. And they're good. They're just really fatty. Because I think we feed them really well.
Yeah.
But in Washington State, like, I had like, I've heard from hunters, like, they're like, yeah, we wait for that time. I'm like, I don't have a problem with that at all, please, because they have, like, otherwise we have so many, and they actually, if we don't do culls on some of these critters, I hate to put it like that, but we will get, we've had problems with the lakes with E. coli. Too many birds.
Yeah.
So, like, hey, happy hunting. Like,
Yep.
I'd rather go swimming, and not worry about, like, although it is good for, they train a lot of swimmers in that lake. So you're really motivated not to fall out. I know that's sick, but we are sadistic as Canadians. Like, yeah, like, well, what's in that toxic sewage slime? Like,
Yep.
paddle faster.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool 80s movies on Netflix right now. And I hadn't watched Midnight Run in like 10 years. And the guy Dorfman, who's also that other bail bondsman that's going after the accountant that's played by Charles Grodin, he is a really good actor. And I love the way he says that one guy, that mafia guy, says, speaking to the microphone, and he hits the guy in the face with the butt of the shotgun. It's so I love his delivery.
That's funny. Yeah.
And the mafia guy in the movie, I can't remember his name, but I don't know if you noticed this, but he's wearing a sweater, and there's a design on his stomach that looks like his intestines are knotted up. It's like this design that's like, and it's symbolic that he's very unpleasant, like that he's in constant misery, and he
I am
dispels
gonna
it upon
have to
other people.
rewatch this one. Like,
No, if you watch it again, look at his sweater.
Details, like wow, I love it when I hear like some of the little, like, and when you work on films, yes, you put little extra details into.
Oh yeah.
It's just for people to, and it also adds, like, sometimes, like, on films, something that you will put on just as like a little memento, or like a thing to a friend. Like, your friend can't be there on set, so you just leave like a little thing for them in the background. But then that becomes the focus of the film, and it's like, oh my God, I wasn't even like, did you even read the script? I did have a script. If I didn't have a script, I should just stick to porn. Like, I don't know. Sorry, bad jokes.
Yeah. I'm going to say something very unpopular. You know that version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow with the guy playing the mandolin, or he's playing the ukulele? Somewhere over the rainbow, and he's just like, it's just ukulele.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much because I love the original. And the original is really beautiful. It has chord changes and it's music.
I know exactly how you feel.
It waters it down, and it's the only thing that's similar to the original is the lyrics. It's not even the original chart.
Yeah.
So it's like, and I hate that when people reggaify, when they take a reggae song and they take another, like a different song, and they put the lyrics to a reggae chart. It's like, what the. It's so unimaginative.
Some ska. I do like some ska, but I do.
Yeah, me too.
Agree that some of it is just, I do this, and then it's music, and I think that's where you are not happy, and I agree with, because I see so much. That's why I'm asking my mom to help me with music, because I have no clue what I'm doing. I have instruments. I just need a bass chord.
Yeah.
I actually want to start back on bass, but and break out my guitar, but it just my bass was from my first husband, so it kind of like it's hard to hold it, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah, I understand.
I have like 2 amps, and I have a music store 3 blocks away from me. I cannot bring myself to get a bass cord. Yeah.
Well, you should get yourself a patch cord so then you can,
Yeah, I know.
plug it in and
I
it's
did.
what,
I had
$10
a
or something.
microphone. I had a microphone. I sold it. I basically paid I basically got back what I paid for it, and the guy was so happy because now all the prices on technology has gone up so much.
Oh yeah.
Him getting this microphone that I barely used. I gave my friend a mixing board, which was very nice as well. And it got destroyed in a fire. So, you can't take it with you.
Crypta, I've got to take care of some personal business really quick.
No
But
worries.
thanks for having me on. It's really good talking with
I'll
you.
still be streaming. I'm gonna go back. You deal. You do you. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Never
All
worry
right. You
about
take
it.
care.
Yeah,
All right,
and
bye for
all
now.
my information is there if you ever want to send me an email.
Okay. All right. Take care. Bye.
Take care. Thank you, sir. And we'll go back to, I'm going to have to check out Midnight Run because I haven't seen that movie in so long. Oh, God, there's like all clips of Danny Masterson. I do not want to. Oh, God, this was an amazing one. Okay, normally I wouldn't switch off. Is it gonna switch? Is this switching? It's not switching. Let's see if it's switching. I'm sorry. Come on, computer. Come on, computer. Yes! This is an amazing story. Because come on, load. Come on, load. Just give it a second. It might load. I'm so sorry. Come on, Signal. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it like a computer. No, it's just certain times of day the signal just drops on the island, and it is a battle to get anything done online. It is like okay. Oh, we almost got her. We almost got her.
Challenging for him to get out of the rental car before it burst into flames. Fox on the ground live in Dallas with the story. Lori.
This is
Heather Dennis Brown.
Oh, come on, you're so close.
Pulled him out of the burning car. A true hero.
Come on. Come on.
Life to save his.
Gonna do this.
These images of
this is nuts. This is fucking nuts.
Losing his life, if not for a woman who bravely acted fast.
I had rented a car from Enterprise, one of them on the hill, and this particular car is equipped with a hand control. And I've rented this particular car several times. Seemed like the car was going to give out. And I looked up, the front end on fire.
Brown was paralyzed by a gunman when he was 22 years old. So when his car caught fire, he says he started to panic, trying to get his wheelchair out. Then suddenly, help was by his side.
Now the car is ablaze now. It's burning now. She's trying to put my wheelchair together. She's panicking. I'm like, oh wow, this is not gonna happen.
She quickly gave up on assembling the wheelchair and pulled Brown out of the car.
I would like to appreciate her for helping with that. Yes, she went home with saved me and dragged me out. I'd like to get a chance to take a
Brown's mother, Julia, said she went back to the house where the woman was visiting to thank her, but did not get her name.
I almost lost my child in this burning car. I cannot thank her enough. Because if she hadn't pulled him out of
like this is like God stepping in right here. Like, holy crap. Like,
now Brown has survived 2 near-death experiences.
That is like how, like, if she wasn't there, and she wasn't even going to be there. She just, I would just look out the window and be like, oh my God, and your car is on fire.
Reach out so that he can say thank you in person.
Yeah, that is like one of those crazy stories you don't expect. Okay, what the hell is that? Wow, okay. Aerial footage shows track suspension in Vermont after flooding floods out trestle. Holy crap. Is that, did I actually show that? I hope not. That would be bad. Yeah, so that's an amazing story, because I don't know how many people would just jump right in there or would just freeze. And this was an interesting thing. Oh God, but this is like almost 2 hours. And this is actually not CSIS for Canada. Let's just be clear. I actually had to clarify this. CSIS with this live stream is not CSIS Canada as the spy agency. CSIS here is a just think tank of academics who choose to put down the gloves sometimes to debate different issues. Unlike our spy agency, which basically just curls up in the corner and licks their own leg. Yeah, you guys are doing awesome on that Chinese interference. I'm so damn fucking proud of you. No, so I would drop this, but it's really long. You can look at bluecryptameria.gold. .gold is a real domain, and also, yeah, Canada, you suck. Trudeau, you suck. Freeland, you suck. Jing, you suck. Like, Jing couldn't even go to the G20 because he's not allowed in India. That's kind of bad for a national leader to not be allowed in, obviously, their, mother. Oh, God, this one is hilarious. I can't believe I found this one. No, this is good.
This bear always goes into this convenience store to steal its favorite cookies and chocolate bars. This greatest robbery has been ongoing for a month now.
Bad boy.
Visits the same store to take its delicious snacks and leaves without causing any trouble or harming anyone. Although the shop owner used to call the police to arrest this animal multiple times before, their efforts were in vain.
Okay, dude,
the bear always escaped into the forest before the police arrived.
But it only takes like
when
one
he
or
tries
two.
to lock
It's
the
very
door to prevent
polite.
this bear from entering his store, it just returns the very next day, almost like clockwork. The shop owner also claimed that even though this bear is stealing from him, every time it only takes one or two chocolate and leaves like a good boy. And he really loves this bear now. Subscribe.
But that bear, okay, like I said about things you cannot explain in life, because that I've grown up with bears, not just ones in, the clubs, but, these kind of bears. And I ain't ever seen one just like, okay. And it actually, like, most bears I know would tear down that door. Like, I'm sorry, that broomstick, that piece of wood would not stop that bear. It would crash through the glass. But this one is like, okay, I'll just wait. I'll be patient. I'm like, okay, this is like, if anyone can explain how a bear would be this docile, obviously, but it's not like it's ransacking. Like, usually, oh my God, in the bush, bears will tear through. Like, you almost need like steel grating and stuff like that on your garages and stuff. You can't leave garbage. You gotta, like, if you're out in the country, you gotta take it into town or find, like, because otherwise they will break into your house and tear it apart. So the fact this little bear, like, just, like, goes in, steals a couple chocolate bars and wanders out. Like, is this even, like, real footage? Like, this almost seems like too cute to be true. Is it too cute to be true? But if it is, I don't know. I just, yeah. And I'm just going to go past that. Oh, God. In Alberta, my neighboring province, my homeland, they have had a horrible, horrible E. coli outbreak with some of the daycares. And from what I've been reading, I do not want to get into that too much right now until I read some more. It's like Homer. Is that it was a faulty batch of food that was delivered to a daycare. So there was one adult and 25 students that had to go to the hospital with severe E. coli injuries. Lovely. Meanwhile, the Trudeau government is saying about, oh yeah, all the cheap health, like, and I'm not saying it's on the whoever was the provider, because obviously one of the healthcare agents got sick as well. Like, we need big changes in our system, because some of this is just, you cannot, like, just because it's $10 a day doesn't mean it's maybe worth it. Like, I'm sorry, I wouldn't trust someone to change my light bulb for $10 a day, let alone babysit my kid. And I know it seems like such a good deal for families, and how, childcare is so expensive, especially with all the kids with special needs right now. But when you have something like this happen, and I'm not singling it out, because, like I said, I do not know if all the details on the story, so I do not want to And especially since the Alberta government has been above and beyond anything in BC. Like, if this story had come out in BC, I would have been like, "Yep, this." Well, it is Tuesday, but I think this is an isolated case. And I actually think when this story develops, the Alberta government will uncover some more supply chain issues than the actual childcare. Although I do not trust any childcare Trudeau puts forward since he diddled kids. Just saying that. On other news, not to put it like that, I love some of this artwork and some of this. Yeah, I have a lot of like why we left Canada. Just because, like, last night, I just was like, you know what? Oh God, this is insane, and of course it's from RT, because you wouldn't have. Yes. Okay. First off, why I swim in the water in winter, but hey buddy, hey, other way, you might get lost. No, yeah. Like, isn't this almost claustrophobic watching? Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, he makes it out just in case you didn't make it to the end of the clip. Yeah, see? Made it out. And that's why there was those guys there. They were like, if you're gonna be stupid, we're gonna help you. Because that's what good friends do. Oh my God, that was an insane clip. Like, why would you do that? Oh yeah, how long is this one? Oh, that's on another thing. Okay, no, we're not going to pull up that one. You can find the link. I did not agree with this, and so did so many of the comments. Imagine thousands of people standing in the streets complaining about the climate when they could all plant a tree. She has made false claims about climate change. She has made predictions about how the weather will hurt the environment that were wrong. She had to remove her claims because they didn't even come close to being accurate. She has made quite a few public figures look bad by buying into her drama, if you can call it that. I missed the part where she changed anything climate related. Look at the interview she's had with real climate professionals. It's embarrassing. Yeah. Yeah. She is actually related to the Rothschild family. So this is not just some little girl sitting on a curb. Oh, I'm protesting. It's like, no, she's a plant. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I will not repeat the rest of my blog on here. Probably best I scroll past that. I think the best thing she has done was helping many families, including my own, to slip further and further into poverty. Well, we all wonder what the point of being alive is, because nothing is fun anymore. Everything is imposed on us, and if we ever asked anything, it affects us. Thanks, Greta. And all the people who round net zero down our less than 1% all of global emissions Irish throats. There will be 200,000 Irish cows slaughtered now for the sake of meeting the climate goals and saving the planet for people, regardless of the fact they produce the same amount of harmful emissions as decomposing grass and plants. Now, rice is under attack too because of the emissions created from growing it, one of the world's cheapest and most staples food. People will be left with no choices. Poverty will grow more widespread. Famine will set in. The poor will die. Children will die. Animals will die. The elite will not go without their private jets or steaks. As Klaus Schwab said, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Well, that took a dark spin. I'm sorry about that, but I found that tweet. I thought it or comment. I thought it was a good one. I think people, we should be aware that we're kind of screwed. And I'm sorry. I love cows, so the fact that we are getting rid of so many of our farms, and it's not even the big farms that they're trying to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of these little like mom and pop. They are trying to industrialize food to the point people have no more rights. And I feel so bad. Oh, I have a cute clip about farming and just how brutal it is with the bosses on the deadlines. It's no, it's not a bad one. So this one is True North Media. That one's the long clip. I kind of want to go through. If people want to jump on oh god, this is CTV, but
The Prime Minister is waiting on a spare part or a replacement plane to bring him back home after his aircraft was grounded following the G20
because
summit in
it's
India.
too bad India
The
doesn't
delegation is
have
now
airplanes
expected to
and
depart
he
in a few
could
hours.
jump on a
SVP's
commercial
Andy
flight.
Oliver reports the mechanical breakdown coincides.
I know
with
he's the
a
prime minister,
diplomatic
but really suck it up, boy.
The Delhi district is lively again. Businesses and streets closed during the G20
So
have now
pathetic.
reopened. But more than 30 hours after the summit's end, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's plane is still sitting on the tarmac and unable to fly him home.
It's embarrassing. As a country,
It is fucking embarrassing. We are all embarrassed about this. Like, there is no good about what's going on right now.
Around our leaders.
I cannot believe
Trudeau was supposed to leave
we
Sunday,
let
but
him
a technical issue
even go to the summit.
to get the aircraft
I am
down
so
is
sorry,
now en
India.
route, with the
Normally, I do
technician
not
flying
say
commercial.
I'm
The
sorry
problem
or
likely related
apologize
to the
because
aircraft's age.
everyone
The
knows
80s aircraft
Canadians
Beirut fleet is nearing the end of its
apologize
lifespan.
for everything,
Canada
but
has purchased
yeah,
the
this
plane,
never
but
should
the
have
only one
happened to
delivered
begin
won't
with.
be ready for the Prime Minister until at least this fall.
I am like clutching the pearls right now. I'm like, oh my god, this boy's so bad. This is so embarrassing.
We should simply have bought a new plane like this about 10 years ago.
I can't believe.
Ottawa was hoping
No,
this
he
trip to
is
India
this
would be incident-free,
biggest
since his
shithead.
last visit in 2018
Oh
is
my
often described as a disaster. Instead, this visit was marred by
Oh
several
yeah,
short
that
and
was a
moments with G20.
disaster.
Post-Prime
That
Minister
was
Narendra
so
Modi
embarrassing.
and bad press by Indian newspapers.
And now
who are
we're getting
reporting Trudeau was
snubbed.
by the Indian
Absolutely
government. They say
snubbed.
refused Canada's request for an official bilateral meeting.
The fact that the meeting didn't go particularly well, which is the narrative in the media today, coupled with the fact that essentially the Prime Minister and his team are stuck there, is a really poor reflection of the planning that we have.
The Prime Minister's office says the earliest departure for the Canadian delegation is late Tuesday afternoon. That means it's likely the Prime Minister will miss at least part of his Liberal caucus retreat in London,
She's
Ontario.
doing good.
Annie
She's
Bergeron, Oliver,
doing
CTV
good
News,
as a
New Delhi.
reporter for one of the most corrupt news sources on the planet. It is disgusting in Canada what we story. Just life and love and everything. And let's see the next clip. Apparently, there's a movie on TV, or Miss Brooks, which seems very interesting. I love anything with train tracks, I guess. This one is a sad one. I mean, it's actually a happy one. It's from 5 years ago, so
65 years.
they might not even be alive right
began with a
now.
homeless
Just being clear
deputy sheriff
before
and a
I go
random act
into
of
this clip.
kindness.
But
KPIX5
sometimes I
anchor
find
Elizabeth
the
Cook
older
has our
ones,
exclusive report.
you know, it's even older clips still have
Maybe
meaning.
you've seen someone like Mick Myers around your town. Homeless, asking for change.
Most of the people just hurry by and don't even give me a glance.
But one day, Alameda County Deputy Sheriff Jacob Swalwell caught a glimpse.
I had given him so many warnings.
Mick was panhandling near a very busy freeway. Instead of writing him a ticket,
You asked him a question. What'd you ask him?
Yeah, so I walked up to him, I asked him for his ID. He told me he didn't have any ID.
This officer reminds me
why don't you have
so
ID?
much of a friend. Like, there are just like some people in service
He
who
was not
are
an
like
alcoholic.
this.
He did not use drugs. He did not use tobacco.
But how come you're not on Social Security? It says, well, I can't get it because I can't even get an ID.
He was a senior citizen, learned more that he was disabled and that he'd been homeless for 30 years.
Well, you got somebody to help you now. I'm gonna help you get your ID so you can get your Social Security and get off the street.
it wasn't easy. The DMV no longer had any record of him.
How does a homeless person come up with 2 forms of proof of residency?
Yeah,
In December, KPIX5
I've actually
broadcast how the
had
deputy
this
helped Mick
with
get a
friends
state-issued
or
ID.
people I
In the
was
process,
helping
a
doing
discovery.
clergy work,
Mick was
where
actually born in Oakland.
and
Mick
actually
was adopted.
I would lose my patience with my friends because it's
Mick
like,
grew up
if you
in
do
San
not have
Leandro,
your
but
own
always felt
identification
rejected, unwelcomed by
at
his
this
adopted siblings.
point in life,
When his
get out
parents
of my
died,
pocket.
they cut
Like,
him off.
you
I've been
know,
living a life as alone as a
but
person can possibly
like,
be.
and I'm not
But that
talking
was
about a
all about
passport.
to
I
change.
am just
Mick's
talking
story
like,
may have
you
started
cannot
under this overpass, but
have
little
a
did he know,
basic
the next stop for the 67-year-old man
anything.
would be discovering his birth mother
So
was
no,
still alive.
this is what
Longtime
happens with
private
punk
investigator Mark
musicians.
Askins
Sometimes
walks
they are
the
not the
report.
brightest people. You literally have to take them by the hand.
in my life.
Mark volunteers for a nonprofit called Miracle Messages. The group's goal to reconnect homeless individuals with their long-lost
God,
loved
I
ones.
no,
There's always
seriously,
somebody
Jay
in our lives
was.
we think about as we fall asleep at night. And,
I
yeah,
literally, I'm
remember
like,
With mixed blessings, Mark
you're older than me. How are you not figuring this out? You've
Here
been
we
married,
have
officially
a
married.
case involving Riley Albert Oakley and Marie Pauline Oakley.
Marie Pauline Oakley.
This was filed in 54.
Then on microfilm, important clues. She was 16, ran away with a sailor, married in Reno, moved to the Smoky Mountains, came home pregnant with a toddler in tow. Her mother sought an annulment.
Marie
Yeah,
Oakley
I think
was
a lot
not
of stories
of the age of
sometimes
consent.
happen like this,
300 miles
but
north
back
in a
in that
seaport town,
era,
Mark found
people
Mick's
wouldn't
birth
talk
mother.
about it.
Meet 85-year-old Marie Pauline Oakley, known as Polly.
I've often wondered what might have happened to her, but at the same time, I just assumed he had a good family because that's what I had been told.
Mick's birth name was David. When he was 2, he was diagnosed with a life-threatening hole in his stomach. Polly's mom insisted a nice church family adopt him. They could afford the surgery.
My back was against the wall. I had to do what was best for him.
Without any hesitation, Polly told Mark she wanted to see Mick.
He suddenly discovered he has a family when he thought he was alone in the world. I found one more person to love.
This is actually insane because almost
first
the mom looks younger than the son. like
Then,
are
for the first
like
time in his life,
the first. This
Dick
is
got
why
on
I
a plane.
posted it
Along for
because
the ride, the deputy and
I
the PI.
I couldn't believe
In fair weather, the craft landed on a
she
small
was older
airstrip
than
in
him,
Humboldt
and
County.
actually not just
Immediately,
like a
Mick
teenage
met some of his new
pregnancy,
extended
but
family.
a young adult. So there is a
Then Mick walked
she
through the
is
door,
in
saw
so
his
much.
mom, and they
Wow.
hugged for the first time in 65 years.
Who'd have thought that something like this could
You look
happen
at her compared to
anybody, let
him.
alone me?
This is insane.
This is your biological father.
Polly showed him family photos. Jacob ordered pizza. Mick spoke to a brother by phone.
Well, today has got to have been overwhelming.
Polly married 3 times, trained horses, and worked at Fairchild in San Jose. She's happily married with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren.
She looks in amazing shape for
Yeah, whole family,
like
and then all he said
when
was
you
like,
compare the two.
Polly and Mick had a lifetime to share, but time
Wow.
was short.
Like
Pilot had to
you
fly
would not
home, but
think
not
that
before a family
was
photo.
a mom and son. You would think that is
Why this happened the way it did.
an
What were the reasons?
ex-husband.
What if? What now? What later? That all seems to have disappeared.
Oh my,
now.
holy crap! I hope I look as good
Those
at her
questions
age.
have all been asked.
I seriously do.
Before they said goodbyes, some simple truths.
It has opened up my eyes to
I know this
others
is
in
5
this
years
situation.
ago,
That all of
but
us, our family,
I just
somebody
could not believe.
back, puts a piece of my heart back.
Yeah, look at them together.
They're already discussing the holidays.
Look at the
Polly has an
stage.
extra bedroom
Like,
in Humboldt County. Elizabeth Cook, KPIX 5.
Yeah, it took a lot of people
Thank
to
you.
make that happen. The Deputy
Aw,
Sheriff's
thank
Association
you.
of Alameda County started a fund in Mick's name, and you can
Thank
find
you.
all the details on cbssf.com.
I just couldn't believe like that clip. Even though it was 5 years old, it just sometimes I find old ones to throw in. Oh God! Oh yeah, let's do this. Yeah, here's how Indian media views Canada. Where
This is a message to those who assassinated the judge. We are calling for your political death. Oti, Jai Shankar, Dover, Shah, we are coming for you. We are going to balkanize India.
you see why Canada might not be too popular.
Delhi Banego! Delhi Banego! Delhi Banego! Delhi Banego! Delhi Banego! Delhi Banego!
We're always there to prevent violence, to push back against hatred. I think on the issue of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few do not represent the entire community or Canada. The flip side of it, we also highlighted the
Because that
importance
worked
of
really
respecting
well
rule
with
of
the
law,
truckers.
and we did talk about
Worked really well. He, like, really? So who is he pandering to?
We are calling for your political death. ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰਾਜਸੀ ਕਤਲ
Kind of wondering.
Jai Shankar, Dover, Shah, we are coming for you. We are coming with the might of the pen, and we are using the international laws. ਦੀ ਹਕੂਮਤ ਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਐਲਾਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੰਗ ਭਾਰਤ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਚ ਪੈ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ This is a message to those who assassinated Niger. We are calling for your political death. ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰਾਜਸੀ ਕਤਲ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੈ ਸ਼ੰਕਰ ਡੋਵਰ ਸ਼ਾਹ We are coming for you.
See, I'm going to be kind of blunt about this. Like, I am all for immigration, but you leave that shit over there. Just saying. Welcome to Canada. Like, we need to separate. And obviously, Trudeau pandering to one side or another instead of being diplomatic like Canadians always have. Especially, I live in a neighborhood that is actually half and half Indian. You got the Sikhs, you got the Hindus. It's very interesting. We all seem to get along. Yeah, no, it's awkward sometimes with just cultural differences, but it's not violent. We look out for each other. We keep our, we look out for the kids or the old people, and having this kind of backlash in a foreign country against the prime minister is really bad. It is actually more concerning than I think a lot of Canadians want to acknowledge. Like, we have so many different dynamics going on, and I think the only recourse would be for Trudeau to resign, but it's almost like, have you ever had like this kid that was really special needs and you feel sorry for them, so you give them a chance, and then you give them a chance for like 8 years in government, and then you're like, well, maybe that was a bad idea. I don't mean it like that. That's an insult to anyone who is special needs. You are so much better than Trudeau. Like, seriously, you were like night and day against. Oh, this was so sweet. This one is amazing.
Medina Bonifacio.
And I know this one was a real story.
Your motor vehicle has been booted.
Yeah, just going through a lot right now, to be honest.
What's that?
I'm just having a lot of personal problems. I'm having somebody stalk me, and it's just homelessness, stuff like that.
You're homeless?
Yeah.
Do you have housing?
No.
Where do you live?
I was going from family member to family member's houses, but they only let me stay for so long, and I was just sleeping in my car, so it's just kind of just difficult situation.
Your motor vehicle has been booted.
It has been.
And in addition to that, you have 10 violations.
Yeah.
Are you living in your car?
Yeah.
So now you don't even have any place to live because your car was taken.
Exactly.
Are you working?
I just got a job. I was working
wonder if this
before.
one
I
is
was actually
staged
working
or real, but I
at
hope
Smart
it's
Green,
real.
not so long ago, but I was dealing with homelessness and just dealing with a lot of things. And I was jobless for a little while, and now I'm working at a restaurant. And I was just hoping that I could be able to do some kind of like payment plan to be able to keep my car. And I don't know if my license is suspended. I don't know.
Well, you've gone through a lot based on what you're telling me.
Yeah, I am.
How far did you go in school?
About 12th grade. I have autism. on the spectrum. I didn't finish because I actually had a relationship that was really difficult on me, and I didn't want to go to school anymore.
How long ago was that when you quit school?
2011. So
11 years ago.
yeah.
How much can you afford to pay today?
I have like $5 in my pocket. I was broke as of last week when my car insurance took the money out of my bank. So that's all I have, and I just started my job today. Like I just started my job this week.
You have $5 to your name.
Yeah, that's all I have in my purse right now.
I'm going to order. It's mandatory. I'm going to order a $100 boot fee. I'm going to charge you $300.
Like some of this almost seems staged, and some of this almost might be real. I don't know. Yeah.
$300 of that will be paid by the Philomena Fund.
By what?
Philomena Fund is a fund that's named after my mom. It consists of monies that are sent from all over the world for the court to use its discretion to help people that are in need. You certainly are in need. So I'm going to use $300 of that fund for your benefit.
Thank you.
Right. And the boot will be released. You then will owe $100. I'm going to give you 1 month to pay the $100. If you can't pay it, I want you to come back and see me. And if your circumstances don't change, then I will arrange for that to be paid as well.
Thank you so much.
You understand that?
Thank you.
So when you leave here today, the boot will be taken off the car. You will have your car.
Thank you.
You have any money to eat?
I've been working at the restaurant, so that's how I'm able to live. I've been only eating like one meal a day because they give one free meal.
Everybody deserves a chance in life. You know, it's easy to be very strict. Say, well, I'm sorry, that's it. But I try to take people's personal situation into account. And I think you've had some challenges that are very difficult to face. And you've been very forthright, very honest about that. And that's why I'm trying to help you.
Thank you.
We're going to also, before you leave, we're going to arrange to give you $50 in cash from the Philomena Fund, so you will have some money so you can get something to eat.
Thank you.
For a couple of days.
Thank you.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so before you leave the courtroom, I'll make that arrangement for you, okay?
Okay.
See you, Alyssa.
Thank you.
You're smiling now, it's better.
Yeah.
You have something to smile about?
Yes, thank you.
You want to see her?
I play in restaurants and I get free food. And I play tonight. If you're around, I'm playing at Admiral's and Napolitanos, and I can give you the free meal that I usually get.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You know, she don't eat the cheap meal. She gets.
Oh yeah, the lobster. I don't know if they're gonna go for that.
She gets an appetizer. She has a heavy. She loves big meals, and then she has dessert.
But okay. I'm a musician, not a magician.
We appreciate that. All right. Listen, I'm not joking about homelessness. I know it's a very serious matter. I'm just trying to make you feel comfortable. Understand? And this gentleman is extraordinarily generous, and we want to thank you for that. That's wonderful. That's John Carlo, right? Thank you so much. You have a good heart. That's what life is all about, helping others. Okay, now that's half the battle.
Okay.
You have to do something else.
Okay.
When things turn around for you, you have to help somebody else, right?
That's true. Yes.
Okay,
Here's the key. Pay forward. So I really hope some of these stories are real on his channel. Sometimes I come across them and you never know. Like they turn out to be just staged for views. But he seems genuine, you know? You would hope so. Yeah, some of these are like interesting images. I do not always. Oh, this one's a good one. Maybe for Americans.
I've had a bunch of people reach out to me and ask me for tips on preparing for an amazing career in firefighting or EMS. And instead of giving me the basic tips that everyone else is going to give you, like giving your driving record clean or not getting arrested in general, I'm going to give you 5 unspoken rules that you are guaranteed to come into contact with if you're jumping into the deep end of business.
I know I'm pulling them up again, but some of this is.
Guaranteed every single time to be the farthest apartment in that building. And if it's a cardiac arrest, it's guaranteed to be on the 28th floor with an elevator that's out of service.
Yeah.
Oh, and a personal note for all the architects out there. Can you please stop making elevators so small that whenever there is an emergency inside of a building, we have to dismantle half of our stretcher and then play human Tetris with our big fat first responder dad bod in the smallest elevator in human history. Number 2, if you happen to be the nozzle man on a fire and you put that nozzle down, it's gone. That nozzle is by far the most prized possession on every single structure fire that you will ever go on. If you let that thing go, the salty firefighter with 85 years of charcoal buried inside of his mustache is sitting behind you, waiting to grab that thing, kick you in the face, and run into that fire with all the glory that you could have had. The only thing that might be slightly more prized on that structure fire is whatever some truck is using to dismantle an entire house in 45 seconds or less. Number 3,
important.
For some reason, you decide that
This
you
is true.
EMS fire gods and plan something right when you're supposed to be getting off shift. You're getting a late call every single time, no matter what you do. It's the EMS and fire gods' way of keeping you as humble as possible and constantly reminding you that you don't get no personal life until fire and EMS life are done. Oh, and this also applies to any plans that you have for the next day that require you getting a mere 2 hours of sleep. That ain't happening, bro. You're getting hammer fisted into the next dimension with 12 calls after midnight because there ain't no sleep when the EMS and fire gods got it. Number 3, if you shift before you have a wonderful shift, maybe they just didn't have to run any calls after midnight. Someone's got to make it up, and it's got to be you. For some
This is only funny because it's true.
Paid in a 48-hour period. And if they didn't give it up, the EMS and fire god's going to be taken out of your butt. So don't even bother making up your bed because your face ain't hitting that pillow. The only place your face is going to be is cupped inside of your wonderful little hands running your 30th call after midnight. And finally, number 5, and probably the most important, if we ain't talking crap to you, we probably don't like you. Talking crap has been the age-old love language of first responders since the dawn of history. Telling other guys smell like crap, they look like their pants are 3 sizes too small, and I'm pretty sure they should slow down on the burritos, is my way of saying, buddy, I love you, you're great, and I can't wait to work with you next shit. Because talking crap talking crap means that you're my brother or sister. We're in it together. No matter how
You're going to live to the hospital.
Wrecking fires, destroying EMS calls, and being the heroes that people want every single day.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Oh my god, his channel is so hilarious. Oh, Rachel Gilmer. For the record, when I had a restraining order, and I feel bad for this chick. Okay, before I read this out, I feel bad for Rachel Gilmer. She's had as shitty a year as I have. For the record, when I had a restraining order against my own father in high school, I was glad there were some teachers who were willing to protect me from his parental rights. I will always be grateful for them for making school feel like a safer place for me. And I'm just going to say, and I did respond to her. I am not going to pull up what I said. It kind of involves swear words. You know what? Parental rights are there for a reason so that adults cannot groom your children. And so I'm sorry. She had a difficult upbringing, obviously, why we all did. I was like, hey, I wish I could have done that on my dad, but, and it's not like he was bad, it's just he was crazy. And so I feel like if she is coming out with this, sorry, this is so yummy. To push puberty blockers or go into that arena, especially when she's straight, I don't think she's going to have much luck. And no, actually, your parents, schools, you can go to school and say you have a problem with your parents or law enforcement. You have that right. But at the same time, to be saying that schools' parental rights should supersede the rights of the biological parents is actually insane. Where we are heading. And I think this is a dangerous tweet. Like, I understand she is obviously dealing with childhood trauma. We all are. We are like the Misfit Island, But you cannot supersede parental rights for school. And let's just pull this one up since this is going to be even more cringe. If I didn't have more cringe, like, what would I have?
Water. It's like people in the shelters got sick. Do you know that FEMA turned away all of the donations from Big Island? No, they didn't turn it away. They threw it out in the landfill. They literally threw it away. Do you know that FEMA threw away 150 home-cooked meals from a restaurant for these people? Because it wasn't FDA approved. They just threw it in the trash. Do you know that FEMA stayed in the hotels that cost more than $1,000 a night while they were there? Oh, but we could only afford to give these people a $700 one-time payment. This almost looks good.
There are two types of billionaires in this world. One is Elon Musk, who shipped over 650 Starlink internet kit to 40 plus organizations across Norway in order to reconnect victims. The other is Oprah, who is fueling money into one of her organizations from middle class folks on social media. I haven't met a single person here on Maui that has gotten a dime from Oprah, but I've met dozens that have benefited tremendously from SpaceX internet connection. It is too much to ask Oprah, who owns over 2,200 hectares on Maui, to step up. If anyone receives anything from Oprah personally, please let me know. I'd love to speak with you. This is somebody on ground zero reporting on what is going on. It can clearly tell you one thing. Elon Musk has been silent and is doing this. I have checked on Google to see if any person has published an article pertaining to this. Nobody has done that.
A pain and suffering has turned to anger for some residents tonight after national news reports saying FEMA workers have turned the tragedy into a vacation. Our Jelani Martinez joins us now with the details.
I mean, I feel sick.
Dustin Cleopu lost his home in the Lahaina fire.
So they're seeing government employees or government volunteers staying in these luxury accommodations, being funded by taxpayers. That's where a lot of the frustration comes from.
A FEMA official we spoke with does not deny they are staying at five-star hotels and that taxpayers' money is paying for lodging. for employees and survivors, but says it's not what it looks like.
Our FEMA personnel and responders are not here on vacation. We're all here for the residents of Maui and the survivors of this terrible incident.
Daryl Hadish says instead of the $1,000 a night rate, FEMA is paying hotels a government rate of $345 a night. Whatever the cost, analyst Colin Moore says these are difficult times.
It's jarring to see these images of the people who are there to help staying in these luxurious surroundings. I understand the outrage. It's also important to remember that there's a per diem for the amount of money that government workers can spend. Obviously, alcohol isn't part of that. The amenities on a resort are part of that. And they're there to do their job.
More than 1,000 FEMA workers are on Maui, and more than 2,000 evacuees are also staying in hotels and other housing.
FEMA personnel are not taking away hotel rooms from any survivors at all. We will move out and live in tents, and believe me, we do that so that the available hotels are used for survivors and their families.
FEMA says it's dedicated to getting help to residents. Those in need of housing should register at UH's college, Maui College, or
this is getting so bad. Like it's getting so mismanaged, and this club was a little while ago.
Yes. Before we proceed, I posted a video yesterday partaking to what is going on. At the beginning, I think there was a footage of about 20 seconds. When I went through the comment section, and some people even sent me private emails partaking to that, they said that incident took place in Canada. Reason I decided to clear the air. If you notice, most of the videos I put out here, I try as much as possible to verify the sources that was posted on Twitter, and there was no fact check like Twitter load putting order for me to know that that clip was from Canada. I think it was a video where police are blocking, one man not to enter his house. So they attributed that incident to what is going on in Hawaii. So I want to apologize. If you saw that video, if you see any video I post here, know that it is truthful information. I don't post any kind of thing. If I'm not sure on something, I don't post it. Reason, sometimes I even state this without putting on videos because I don't get reliable sources to some videos. I think I posted these few hours ago. If you never saw the video, take a look at this.
Emergency proclamation saying there's systemic racism in the current housing laws.
Because we've got laws, exclusionary zoning laws that are racist in their origin and explicitly designed to make housing unaffordable.
While there's no official census data yet, Higa says the Lahaina wildfires made the exodus of Hawaii residents from the islands even worse.
These policies were
This
clearly
was such a bad
designed to
disaster.
discriminate racially.
One lawsuit against the state's housing emergency proclamation was from the Sierra Club and ACLU, claiming it was unconstitutional.
This is just, totally unacceptable.
Now, some developers told Hawaii News Now they were hesitant on submitting housing projects to the working group because they feared lawsuits. I'm Mahialani Richardson, Hawaii News Now. Thank you very much.
Yes, according to this paragraph, but after the Lahaina wildfire, the proclamation became a flashpoint with claims of a West Maui land grab and conspiracy theories that fueled online anger. Modelo rapidly denied the proclamation would be used for anything other than to facilitate the community's will. You can see clearly why they are resigning. A lot of these people have seen that the people have risen. The fear of lawsuit is a beginning of wisdom. We have been talking about this for some time on this platform about land grab, and it's reaching a certain level. They can no longer take it. Now they say they cannot withstand the online attack Meadows released a lengthy statement on Thursday afternoon that details her decision to resign, saying threat and false allegations had been made against her and her loved ones. I love my family, and for the sake of their health and safety, I have been left with no choice but to resign from my position. She said, with my resignation, the discussions about housing should no longer be about me. We need to refocus on the crisis. How will we build more housing for our local people?
Listening to them
at this moment, and as I've gone around the shelters and talked to people about what do they need, they don't need a lot of red tape.
This volcano is
All right. I like his channel. All my clips are available at bluecryptameria.gold. That is a real domain name. It's not .com. I actually have .com, but haven't done anything. Oh God, this is dumb. Why am I playing this? Because why not? Hey, I don't blame them. I kind of feel that way too. Oopsie daisy. And why would you admit that on social media? That's what I wonder about some people these days. We all have moments, you know. But then you have moments where it's like, okay, we're done. Yes, that is my microwave. I will get that. Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah, this was so bad. And this is even from foreign media. When you get stuff from foreign media and they're like trash talking your country, it's like, okie dokies, yeah, we got a problem here. Like, this shouldn't be happening. This is like all bad. So much bad. Oh, yeah. At least he didn't play Mr. Dress Up this round. This does not go well. Yeah, I know. It's like every single newspaper is like, yeah, here's our prime minister fucked up again. Yeah, he has been mocked in his home country. As per Toronto's Sun, Justin Trudeau alienated himself from many world leaders during this summit. The column in Toronto Sun drew parallels between Canadian opposition leaders Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau. Just according to columnists' opinions, while Poilievre won praise for his speech in Quebec City, Trudeau went unmentioned in India. Leader of the Canadian opposition party, Pierre Poilievre, has also launched a scathing attack on Trudeau. He shared a picture of him, Modi, and Trudeau on X and wrote, "No one likes to see a Canadian PM repeatedly humiliated." It's like, wow. It's like the comments speak for themselves. What do I even need to say? And I feel so bad for his kid. I feel bad. This should be, hey, daddy's getting divorced. This should be like a bonding moment. And unfortunately, this kid, if he turns out like daddy, he's going to get smeared worse than he ever realizes, because we just are done. This one's nuts. I cannot believe this footage.
The Mediterranean storm Daniel has hit Libya hard and fast. Thousands are feared to be missing as flash floods rip through eastern towns, erasing entire neighborhoods. The Prime Minister of the East Libya government has begun to declare disaster zones and has already shared a shocking number of fatalities on Libyan TV.
The number of people killed is over 2,000. Entire neighborhoods were swept away by the water.
Entire neighborhoods have disappeared with their residents, Dr. Osama.
Yes, disappeared with their residents.
The spokesman for the country's eastern armed forces attributed the catastrophic floods to the collapse of two nearby dams.
Dams collapsed in the south of Derna. The first and second dams on Wadi Derna caused water to flow into Wadi Derna inside the city. 3 bridges collapsed.
They lost as many people as Morocco right now.
And there are entire neighborhoods that
so that's basically almost
including their residents.
Probably around 5,000 people.
Dr. Mahmoud, a trustee at Libyan Helping Hands, has been struggling to reach his close relatives who live by one of the dams.
One of my family living in Derna, very close to the dam way when the dam collapsed this early morning. We don't have any communicate with them since 3 a.m.
Videos shared online show apocalyptic scenes. Pileups of cars crashed into each other by the current. Local authorities have a massive recovery task ahead of them. They can expect help from Turkey, who've pledged to send a rescue team and 3 planes carrying humanitarian aid. Battered by years of instability and extremism, Eastern Libya has weathered the worst of political
upheaval. Pretty much, yeah.
But the infrastructure that survived so much man-made chaos has crumbled against the force of this natural disaster. Yusra Al-Bagher, Sky News.
That is almost half the problem. Okay, that was... I want to pull up that channel. I'll have to do it later. Oh, this is, kind of how, if you've had a husky, this is really how it is.
Dog center. How may I help you today? Hi, I'm looking to adopt a dog. Oh, great. Well, we have hundreds of breeds, so we can match you up with the right dog for you. Oh, actually, I already know what kind of dog I want. Oh, really? Okay, what kind of dog? A husky. What? You want a husky?
You want one.
Okay. Do you mind filling out this questionnaire? Sure. Okay, great. So question 1, how are you with loud noises? Oh, fine, I guess. Dude, okay, not bad. Question 2, do you enjoy chaos? I mean, not really. Well, I trained the dog to be less chaotic. Cute. Last question.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Do you hate yourself?
Yes. Approved.
If you've had a husky, you actually understand the joke. They are like that. She has a good article. I think I'm like pulled ahead from her. Okay, yeah. How long am I in this? Because I think she's like.
So I've been traveling the world for a year and a half now, and everyone I meet, when I tell them I'm from Canada, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I'd love to visit Canada. I've always wanted to go there." And then I start to tell them all the reasons why they should go to Canada and why I left. So I'm just going to make this video today about why everyone is leaving Canada, including myself, and some reasons why you should not consider moving there. There's so much I have to say, but I'll try to keep it in under 10 minutes, or I'll just make a part 2. So the first thing to mention is that the cost of living in Canada is truly insane. You're going to have to spend about half of your salary just on rent. I was spending around $1,500 a month just for my studio, which is considered a pandemic price. But nowadays, if you want to look for a studio, it's probably going to be around $2,000 if you're in a good area. And if you want a 1-bedroom, it's probably going to cost more than $2,500. I did that last summer when I went back to Canada. I rented a 1-bedroom from my friend, and they gave me a discount for $2,500. So just to browse on Facebook Marketplace can show you these prices, and you can check for yourself. Just looking for a room in a house will cost you around $1,000.
Nice friends.
So what's the point of a good
A
salary?
discount for $2,500. Oh yeah, we're going to give you a deal
to be able to live well, you need to earn around $40 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom and $32 per hour to afford a 1-bedroom. But keep in mind the minimum wage in Canada is around $15. So let's work it out. This means you need to be earning around $80,000 a year to live comfortably. And how much does the government tax you on that? So in Ontario, you will have to pay around 29% taxes, and in BC, you will have to pay around 27.9% taxes. How much do you actually earn at the end of the day if you're earning $80,000 a year? You're actually going to be taking home only around $57,000 after you pay the taxes to the government. With the rise of inflation and the cost of goods and the services, I know many people who grew up here now work 2 to 3 jobs just to keep up and to afford all of their living expenses. So from my experience, when the cost of living in a place goes up, the satisfaction with life usually goes down. And I found that for myself, I was constantly stressed about going out to eat. I wasn't really eating out that much, and I was just thinking about trying to save money a lot of the times. That can take a toll on your mental health as well. Now that I'm living in Southeast Asia, I eat out pretty much every single day, every single meal, and I don't really think about my money or finances that much, and it's much easier on my mental health as well. The second biggest reason why you shouldn't move to Canada, and a lot of people are finding it difficult there, is the lack of infrastructure. So in Vancouver, which is where I lived most of my life, there are only 2 SkyTrain stations, which means that you can really only go to downtown or to Richmond with those 2 SkyTrain stations. To go to anywhere else, you're going to have to own a car or take a $50 Uber ride. If you've been to Japan or Taiwan, any of these big cities like Tokyo or Taipei, you're going to see a dramatic
SkyTrain is insane. I was
in Taipei and Tokyo, I could go
living in
anywhere I wanted
Cloverdale, but working in English Bay.
Lines and just getting around
I was commuting 5 hours a day. I think that's why I'm just like shell-shocked about commuting again, because
however, in Vancouver, this is not the case.
After doing that on SkyTrain,
beaches and
SkyTrain,
coastlines to visit.
It's not normal. It's not normal commuting.
These places because public transportation usually doesn't reach that far. Although there are buses, you're going to have to spend about 2 hours or like 2 times the amount of time just to get to where you want to go. And if you do choose to live in downtown, which is a little bit more convenient, you're going to be surrounded with a lot of homelessness and crazy rent prices. Which brings me to the third point. There is a drug crisis in Canada itself. For example, when I was living in Vancouver,
I'm not the only one saying it. Everyone's saying it. Why are we fixing
whenever
it?
you pass by that area, you just kind of feel like it's an apocalypse.
It's gross.
There is
It's
a mental
gross.
crisis
Yeah.
that's taking over. Just in BC alone, 2,000 people died from drug overdoses last year. If you're sensitive to energy, then you're definitely going to feel the dark vibes even just passing through downtown on a bus, which happens a lot of the times. I didn't even live right in downtown east side, but I had to take a bus just through that area, and you're going to have to see so many homeless people. It's basically a street filled with tents, and everybody's camped out there for long periods of time. and it's even uglier in the winter because the weather is so bad that these people have to barely make it just to survive. Now, when it comes to healthcare, everybody thinks Canada has amazing healthcare once you're a citizen or PR. However, that is not the case. I am a Canadian citizen and I've lived there for over 20 years. However, I still do not have a family doctor because it's extremely hard to find a family doctor nowadays. They're all full or they have waiting lists because everybody's trying to find a family doctor, and there's less and less of them for some reason. I don't know why, but nowadays when I go back to visit Vancouver, I just go to a walk-in clinic if I need to go see a doctor. And those clinics are always known to have poor service because the doctors there are either new or they're just switching around from clinic to clinic and they don't really know any of their patients that well. Furthermore, if you have a real condition where you really need to see a specialist, the wait time can get up to a year or two just to be able to see the specialist. Because there is such a long waiting list for most things these days. So a lot of people who have conditions maybe actually go to the States or to Asia where they can just go to a hospital and see a specialist right away or in a matter of weeks. And the fifth point I want to bring up is that there is a huge brain drain from Canada to the United States and less opportunities as well. So what I mean by that is that a lot of the people who graduated from Canadian universities actually go to the United States because just by going down a few hours south, you can get a 30% increase in your salary. And a lot of my friends who graduated from the same university as me ended up moving to New York or San Francisco to work for big tech companies because you earn way more even if you're working for the same company. I find that there are a lot less opportunities in Canada compared to the United States because there's a lot more companies and startup culture happening in San Francisco and in New York. Comparatively, Canada is not as great of a place to develop your career, which is why a lot of the talented people end up leaving and there is a lack of opportunities and all of the talent end up going to the south of the border. And the last point I want to mention about the downsides of living in Canada is the weather. If you live there for a year or two, you'll realize that it's definitely not great for the weather. If you live in the Pacific West Coast, which is considerably better than all the rest of the territories, you're still going to get rain for about 9 to 10 months out of the year, and only in June to August you're going to have sunny weather, which is what I prefer. And most of the time I get really affected by the rainy weather.
It's pretty much like Scotland. It is that great.
So it ends up having a
like good sunshine, folks.
State of mind. If you want to have good weather, then I don't recommend it. Even if you decide to live in Toronto, you're going to have a lot of snow and
snow sucks. It sucks. Everyone agrees.
Last year it was like negative 30 degrees.
Snow is minus 30.
You just kind of stay at home or go to the gym.
Yeah,
you don't want to bring up another point, which is that if you are a young person, I would not recommend you to go there, move to Canada, because there's just not a lot happening at night or a lot of opportunities to meet other young people. Because even though I've been traveling around the world for a year and a half now, I find that Vancouver is the hardest place for me to make friends. Because people there, is something weird about the culture or something, but people usually stick with their close friends.
It's the same as Victoria.
So for me, I changed a lot from high school and university, and also after I graduated. It takes a lot to make friends. I was looking for new friends that match my values and mindset. However, it was really hard to find that because most people already have that group. It's harder to have those opportunities just because there's not a lot even happening at night. Most stores close around 6 p.m. So if you go out after 6 p.m., you're not going to be able to find anything much to do. There might be some bars or clubs open, but most people don't really go there. For example, when I was in Thailand just a week ago, I would be able to have a night market just in walking distance wherever I lived. There's probably so many night markets open and there's so many young people there all the time. So it's much easier to socialize and have friends when there are so many infrastructure and activities like that happening around. For example, in Vancouver, there is a night market there, but that night market is only open for 2 months out of the year. And people just go there as like once in a year thing. Whereas in Asia, you can go to the market every single day. So who would I recommend Canada for? If you have a lot of money already and you're ready to retire and you already have a family and you're ready to settle down,
then I think living in Vancouver would be a great option. There's all the basics you need to raise a family, and there's great schools there. Because also there's not much to do in terms of nightlife. So if you already have a family, you can just hang out with your family every night, and you'll have a lot of time to be able to surround yourself with your loved ones. However, if you're single, then I would not recommend moving there because there's not much to do in terms of nightlife. But what did I do when I was there? Well, I mostly just hang out with friends, maybe once a week, go out for dinner. And most of the time, I would just come home after work and watch Netflix or TV or just spend time online. Or I would go play badminton or some indoor sports because it gets pretty cold in the winter, so it's hard to play sports outside. Another thing to mention is that everything just seems a little bit harder in Canada. For example, just to go play badminton, I would have to find a friend who could give me a ride there, or I'd have to pay $30 or $40 just to get an Uber right there. And plus, there's no Grab drivers here like in Asia. So Grab is a system where you can actually book a motorcycle ride for $2 for a 20-minute ride, and it's much easier to get around. Even though I don't ride a motorcycle here, I don't have to spend too much money to be able to get to destinations that I want to go, which is actually very important in terms of quality of life. So who would I not recommend Canada for? If you're just a single person who just graduated from school and you're working full time, I don't think you'll be able to save enough to buy a house, which is what most people actually want to do. They want to be able to afford a house in Canada or in Vancouver, but now the housing prices are just insane because there's so much more investment that's driven up the price of the real estate market. Plus, it's even hard to meet people if you just move here, since everybody in Vancouver just stays in their own social circles. Even as someone who grew up there, I find it hard to find my own tribe, or I'd say Vancouver is one of the hardest places to make friends that I visited. So in conclusion, I touched on a lot of points about why it's not ideal to live in Canada as a young person and why a lot of people are leaving nowadays. If you have any points to add, feel free to drop them in the comments below, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
No, I thought she has excellent points. And it's kind of hard to like explain to people overseas, like, this is reality. This is just how expensive and insane Canada has gotten. This is the odds I'm up against. So if you want to troll me, you're welcome to in the side chat. I posted the thing to the panel. Go for it. Here is what it is. Like when you actually do the math on some of these people's lives and what the average Canadian goes through, not just me, it is insane. Like, and we're just supposed to be like all polite and not say anything about it. We almost could get in trouble for saying stuff about this or the weather. I got in trouble for the weather one time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do actually a whole one of all of my little glass artwork. But I know a way to adapt it. I just forget the prompt. And I'm not ready to do like a whole ship in the bottles. Like, what I want to do is actually, like the ones you were talking about, I want to turn them into, grow them into like ships in the bottle. Like, the old like collector's things, the little ships in the bottle. Those I've actually almost made them. They are hard to do. I didn't get too far, but I appreciate people who have the patience. They are amazing. Like, and it's just simple, old school artwork. And that's what I kind of want to bring to, even though I'm doing AI, I want to kind of bring it to Yeah, 2,500 for a 1 bedroom. And some of this just turns out so beautiful. This was a long video, but a really good one. I might draw it up later. This is a long one, but she is just so awesome. This was hilarious. I'm not going to pull that one up. I was supposed to be a little lower down. No pun intended. Am I missing clips? Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah. This is why. Yeah, I just pulled up the comments from Jagmeet's speech because I just could not stand listening to him. And here is another one about Hawaii.
Did you know Oprah Winfrey has been securing Maui land like it's a trending bestseller? In just 2023, she invested in a vast 520-acre plot for $3.89 million, then went for another 330 acres at $2.47 million, not to mention the two 10-acre patches she bought in 2022 for $100,000 each.
Yeah, the internet is now rife with speculations about Chappelle's insinuations. Some believe he's hinting at real estate dominance, while others ponder if it's about a concealed entertainment venture. Oprah's team has dismissed the allegations as groundless and fictional, yet Chappelle's comments have piqued interest, leading to demands for more scrutiny into Oprah's Maui ventures. In a direct and unanticipated reply to Chappelle's recent assertions about her evil Maui scheme, Oprah Winfrey addressed the matter head-on in an Instagram live session. Calm and composed, Oprah stated, "Throughout my years in the limelight, I've encountered numerous rumors and tall tales, but this one truly tops them all." A subtle smile conveyed her disbelief. "Firstly, I have immense respect for Dave. He's a genius in his field. But to set the record straight, the only sinister thing I've done in Maui is maybe indulging in my beloved coconut treats a bit too much," she added. She urged viewers to exercise discernment and not let fiction sway their perceptions. The video, watched by millions, has garnered immense support, with fans praising Oprah's graceful response. Dave Chappelle has not yet reacted to Oprah's rebuttal, leaving everyone in suspense about the next development in this unforeseen drama. This all unfolds against the backdrop of the devastating Maui wildfire, one of the most severe in recent U.S. memory. Numerous rumors and speculations continue to emerge, with recent ones suggesting ties between Tom Hanks and Oprah, hinting at possible dubious dealings in Maui. As Maui grapples with the aftermath of a devastating wildfire, which has tragically taken lives and displaced many, there's growing intrigue about the island's high-profile landowners and their conspicuous silence during this crisis.
This could be
Oprah,
really bad.
with a staggering net worth of $2.5 billion, is known to own approximately 2,000 acres in Maui, having been a part-time resident for over a decade. She expanded her property portfolio earlier this year, purchasing another 860 acres for $6.6 million. Interestingly, it's reported that Oprah's vast lands have been untouched by the fires. Similarly, properties allegedly owned by Tom Hanks on the island also appear unscathed. This has sparked curiosity, especially since areas like Hania, a sought-after residential zone in Maui, have been impacted. Historically, local residents have been hesitant to sell their lands to affluent buyers who have been steadily acquiring Maui properties. After a charity concert, when Oprah discussed potential rebuilding in the fire-affected areas, some viewed her comments with suspicion. They theorized that powerful figures might have orchestrated the fire to acquire Hania, a valuable region. This speculation suggests that celebrities like Oprah and Tom Hanks could leverage this disaster to expand their property holdings by purchasing from local residents. Some conspiracy theorists suggest that the fires were ignited using advanced energy weapons, a notion that has gained significant attention across social media platforms. Another related theory implies that the Maui fires were deliberately started by affluent landowners with the intent to buy land from the island's indigenous residents. This ties into the larger narrative that implicates figures like Oprah and Tom Hanks in a scheme to amass more land. These growing speculations heighten concerns that Maui's longtime inhabitants might be displaced following the wildfire's devastation. The existing housing challenges in Maui, intensified by the influx of wealthy newcomers and vacation property investors, especially in areas like Lahaina, could further drive up the island's cost of living. Some speculate that if these influential individuals acquire this land, its value might skyrocket
rocket post the devastating fires. Numerous conspiracy theories are circulating, with prominent ones suggesting the fire was intentionally started using undisclosed energy weapons. There's also talk of a secretive global elite orchestrating the fires to acquire land for hidden agendas. Interestingly, many might not know that a conference discussing Maui's transformation into a fully integrated smart island took place in January. This event highlighted the shift towards renewable energy sources and promoted the adoption of electric vehicles. They discussed the concept of creating 15-minute smart cities. A man in a widely circulated video points out the upcoming Digital Government Summit in Hawaii, themed around leveraging AI for efficient governance. This suggests a strategic shift towards technological advancements. Some conspiracy buffs theorize that either the US military initiated the fire, or it's part of an elaborate land acquisition strategy, with high-profile names like Oprah Winfrey being implicated. Moreover, there's genuine concern among the affected local community about the lack of timely warnings, especially since the wildfire threat had been previously identified by Maui's governing bodies. The precise cause of Maui's wildfires remains under scrutiny. Initial reports from authorities suggest that a combination of wind patterns, intensified by Hurricane Dora, and severe drought in West Maui are the main contributors. The susceptibility of this area to wildfires has been a recognized concern for some time. While some online users speculate about the elite's potential interests in the region, another emerging theory suggests that objects painted in blue seem to be unaffected by the fire. Curiously, there's chatter about a residence with a blue theme, with both Oprah and Tom Hanks being mentioned in relation to this. Conversations on platforms previously known as Twitter and on TikTok have highlighted the apparent minimal damage to blue-colored structures and objects during the Maui fires, hinting at a possible complex narrative tied to the catastrophe. A widely shared online claim suggests that blue items, including Oprah Winfrey's home, remained untouched during the island's crisis. A post dated August 23, 2023, which has garnered over 490 stunning views, questions: when do the coincidences become too many to overlook? Undemaged blue umbrellas, an untouched blue car, and now revelations that Oprah's Maui home features a blue roof add to the unfolding mystery. Rising speculations surround the unusual events in Maui, particularly in the Lahaina area. Many online debates suggest the fires might be an act of domestic terrorism, with some even alluding to the use of direct energy weapons. A popular video appears to showcase a property owned by Oprah Winfrey, leading to conjectures about the potential protective qualities of blue roofs, given that Oprah's residence seems to have one. However, a pressing concern resonating both online and among the affected communities is the distressing number of missing children. Appearing on CBS News Face the Nation, Hawaii's Governor Josh Green shared that a significant number of the missing were children at home when the disaster struck. He further highlighted that Lahaina's main educational institution, Lahaina Luna High School, had to halt its operations prematurely on August 8th due to electrical issues from the powerful winds of the approaching Category 4 Hurricane Dora. As a result, students were sent home earlier than usual, often before their caregivers finished their workday. Additionally, several other middle and elementary schools in the area were set to begin their academic year after the summer break the next day, leading to a higher number of children being at home rather than at school. As reports of the missing children spread widely, online conspiracy theories quickly emerged. Some online debates suggest a deliberate disruption in school activities, while others speculate that influential figures might have secretly taken the children, or that this event was part of a darker ritualistic act. As stories from anguished parents searching for their children become more prevalent online, an increasing number of people wonder if there's a deeper connection between the school closures and the fires. Teenager Kira Fuentes had decided to spend the last day of his summer break at his Lahaina home with his beloved dog. With his adoptive parents working far away, he was eagerly anticipating his upcoming 15th birthday. When news of the wildfire broke, his parents tried to hurry home but were delayed by traffic congestion. Upon reaching their neighborhood, they were met with police barriers and the devastating news that their home had been engulfed by the fire. Despite assurances about evacuations, a heartbreaking discovery awaited them 2 days later: the remains of their son and pet, tragically found in a final, touching embrace. In a similarly heart-wrenching story, Kevin and Santa Naka, grappling with their immense loss, have started a GoFundMe campaign. They are mourning the loss of multiple family members, including parents, siblings, and a young nephew who tried to escape the flames in their vehicle. By August 21st, 2 weeks after the devastating fires, schools in Lahaina resumed classes. However, nearly a quarter of the students across various grades and institutions remain unaccounted for. Some schools were completely destroyed. necessitating the relocation of approximately 3,357 students to other parts of Maui. Currently, only 400 of the displaced students have found new educational environments, while around 200 have chosen online learning. The fate of many students post-fire remains ambiguous. We're left pondering whether some have relocated, sought different schools, or tragically, may no longer be with us. In the wake of such disasters, a mix of facts and fictions often surfaces. A tweet pointed to a rumor about Oprah's Kula estate having a massive underground construction ongoing for some time. Given that celebrities like Tom Hanks, Steven Tyler, Lars Ulrich, and Woody Harrelson own homes in Maui, one wonders if this is mere coincidence or if there's a deeper narrative. A thought-provoking social media post suggested that if influential individuals like Oprah, Jeff Bezos, and Tom Hanks genuinely had altruistic motives, they might consider giving back portions of their land to the native inhabitants and Lahaina residents, aiding in the community's recovery. Such a gesture would undoubtedly be hailed as a genuine act of kindness. What are your thoughts on the Maui incident? Do you sense the hand of the elite, or was it purely a natural catastrophe? Share your opinions below. Please note, this video is based on speculations and personal opinions. If you found this content engaging, hit the like button and subscribe for more intriguing stories. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch up soon. Until then.
Wow. I thought that one was good. She really unpacked it really well. Yeah, exactly. That is well put. And I think just the more details about all of this that come out, it's so much cringe. It is just awful, awful. Like, there's so many things that just do not add up, and they could have done better on. And there are so many details. Like, I'm just thinking, like, I just had this flash, like, her property, all property watered, but nobody in town had water. Like, the firefighters were like, there's no water, I guess. And they had a second fire recently, and they did have water bombers for it. But where were the water bombers for that first one? Because that could have been out. Oh, in Fukushima. Yeah, that's a good one. Just in, because they just started dumping the water. So that's great. And this wasn't even like the prompts I set in. Neither was this one. Like, this was based off my artwork, but I don't understand. Like, that's why I think I can fit all these into a whole theme. And yeah, I ain't fucking Disney. I don't have a whole studio of minions. I try my best. I don't know, but they are very cute. And unfortunately, they are not doing so well right
At a remote alpine lake in the South Olympic Mountains.
This is a relatively natural lake that you might see kind of anywhere in the Cascades Olympics in Washington. There's a nice garter snake.
Home to abundant wildlife and an active ecosystem.
There are other highly toxic critter in this area.
Max Lambert is on a mission. The research scientist for Washington Fish and Wildlife was out on a hike when a mystery first surfaced.
It's not worth to find a bunch of amphibians dying off.
He spotted dead, rough-skinned newts with no clear cause of death, and some live ones that had red markings on their throats.
Sores on his chin.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like,
now a study is underway to find out why.
So get dirty.
We hiked in with Lambert in late summer. The lake had shrunk, leaving thick mud behind.
I told you glory, didn't I?
In search
could
of
there
newts
have been
and
like
answers.
minerals in the lake
to die in these large numbers multiple years in a row? When our first dead newts appear.
The first disturbing discovery came just minutes in. emaciated and bloated.
I've never seen one that's actually like this swollen like this. Typically, they're like all completely just totally desiccated.
It almost looks like there's another one in the soil.
Not a single live newt yet.
He saved a few dead specimens for study before an adjoining pond revealed some still alive.
A little pool here got about 6 newts.
Several looked healthy.
Skinny, but okay.
Others were more lethargic than normal. This part of the search also revealed more clues, as we found dragonfly and damselfly larvae in the water.
They aren't starving to death because there's no food available.
So was there another reason?
It almost seems like a
Lambert
chemical.
gathered the newts, recording the condition of the dead ones.
Like
pretty skinny, pretty emaciated.
Like
and
some kind of
skins
chemical
are
dump or
basically
something because
and going further as
they
he
don't
assessed the live
mummify like
ones.
that.
You see all these rough glands along its back and tail.
He recorded length, weight, and the characteristics that could show signs of what's going wrong.
Here's a rough skin newt here on its throat. We see these 2 or 3 big defects, we call them. Probably an infection of some sort going on there. Oh, okay.
He swabbed their stomachs and between their toes to test for the kinds of pathogens and bacteria hikers or animals
that
could
would be a
attract
cool
him.
job. I'm
Happens
sorry.
for 100 years.
Just swabbing
And
little
totally
like
fine for all that time
stones.
frame, and then climate change has triggered it to become a little more prevalent.
I
more
don't.
impactful
Okay,
animals.
yeah, I don't
He
care.
sampled water pH and temperature as they search for potential
Something's
causes,
going on.
whether pollution, climate impacts, or something else entirely are to blame.
Something.
Lambert says cracking this case is about more than this common species.
Everything's connected.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
are good.
These are like
wholesome
the
environment
first.
for things like climate change, for things like the pathogens. They help us keep our ecosystems healthy.
As for
Yeah,
the
newts are
Friend, time
good
to
little
go home.
creatures.
Thank you for your
We have
contribution.
newts on
he
the
released
island.
them after
So
sampling with hopes that the healthy ones will make it through a full life cycle and
There you
prepare
go,
for the
buddy.
next step of the journey to find answers. From the Olympic Peninsula,
Yay.
Erica Zuko,
That's the way you want to go.
King
yeah,
5
yeah,
News.
yeah. Go. Oh, I'm sorry. I love some of the animal ones. I think I pulled up a bunch of animal ones. This one. This one is beautiful makeup. Like she does a beautiful job.
Think back to the moment in high school when I talked the ear off of an exchange student my family was hosting on an hour-long car ride. I was a very socially deprived kid, and it was the first time I was allowed to host anyone from another school. The student we were hosting was from our sister school in Taipei. As soon as we picked her up from school and sat in the car, I spent the next hour asking her about everything under the sun. She answered them curtly but unenthusiastically.
Like, that is
and I
just
wasn't the best at
amazing
registering
makeup.
people's tones yet, so I was oblivious to the fact that she was probably tired from her travels because I was clearly blinded by my own excitement of making a new friend. When we got home, I literally didn't stop talking to her. I feel so bad now thinking that she was probably hoping I'd shut up at some point so she could rest, but was trying to be polite to me and answer all my questions. We did not stay in touch after the program was
I
over.
cannot
To this
hear
day, I
the
still
little
hold
fuzzy
on to that
eyebrows,
shared feeling of
eyelashes
excitement of meeting
things.
someone new, even if it comes with a very cringy and socially awkward memory.
I actually, that is just amazing makeup for that video. Like, it reminds me almost of my artwork, and I would not honestly have the patience to, like, I have sat there and sat through 6 hours of makeup. I would not. We're gonna pull up something again from the India media about a glorious
Next
prime
story is about
minister.
Justin Trudeau.
Yes.
His trip to India has been disastrous.
Yes, this is what they're saying about us in the
law.
foreign press.
Everything that
We're
could go
fucking
wrong
up.
will go wrong.
Really fucking up bad.
And that's the story of Justin Trudeau's India visit.
Oh God, this
First,
is-
he was pulled up by the Indian Prime Minister, the Indian leadership. Then he could not fly back home. He was supposed to leave on Sunday, but his plane broke down. It's Monday night in New Delhi now, and the Canadian delegation is still here. They've not been able to fix the plane and go back home. And I'm guessing they're not in a hurry. Because when they land in Canada, they will need
and they
a sort
wouldn't
of
like think to take a
international
commercial
agenda,
flight.
and the Canadian
I
in
like,
particular have been
you know, just
unfair.
get back on time.
I'll show some examples. The Toronto Sun on Sunday, this is what they said. This way out, Trudeau finds he has few friends in India. Now look at Bloomberg. Trudeau is stuck in India with faulty aircraft after hearing criticism from Modi. Let me come to Reuters. This is what they've said. Modi scolds Trudeau over Sikh protests in Canada against India. It was quite bad, but hardly surprising. The India-Canada relationship has hit rock bottom, and Trudeau only has himself to blame for this. His politics is poisoning the relationship. He has Pakistanis a free run in Canada. This year, on two separate occasions, India summoned the Canadian High Commissioner in Delhi, and on both occasions over the same issue.
I think I pulled up some of this,
Canada
or
refuses to act
it's on my
against
blog.
Pakistani terrorists on its
It's a
soil.
lot to unpack,
India condemns this inaction. Yesterday, on the sidelines of the G20 summit,
you got to be neutral
came up
on this
again.
territory.
Prime Minister Modi conveyed his displeasure personally. He met the Canadian PM briefly for barely 15 minutes, and Prime Minister Modi did not mince his words. He said, there are extremists in Canada. They're indulging in separatist activities and inciting violence against Indian diplomats. They're damaging India's diplomatic premises and threatening the Indian community. Prime Minister Modi also conveyed that these separatists have links to organized crime, drug syndicates, and human trafficking. After the meeting, Trudeau was asked about this frosty exchange. And here's what he said.
Obviously, Canada will always defend freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, freedom of peaceful protest. That's something that's extremely important.
I know. The truckers went so well. Bouncy castles, like
to push back against hatred.
Well,
I think
yeah, I know.
Of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few.
This just isn't going to age well. You can already tell. It's going to go
What he
bad.
said, Canada will defend freedom of expression, as they should.
Yeah.
This is Trudeau's
Well, I'll believe it when you see it.
Attacking Indian diplomats is not freedom of expression.
Exactly. Oh, he is just doing.
Pakistanis bombed an airplane, for God's sake. They carried out the worst terror attack on Canadian soil.
Yeah.
More than 300 lives.
Exactly.
Trudeau call it freedom of expression.
Exactly.
His defense is not just tone deaf and plain wrong. It's an affront to the
Exactly. This is still a very contentious topic in Canada. You can see why this all
Indian hospitality,
diplomatic
were in action
issue
in Canada. On Sunday, they took to the streets of Vancouver.
Go back.
Reports say there was a large crowd, over
Just-
5,000 people, according to some accounts. And they were being led by this man, Gurpat
This is gonna. This could go really bad. Also, why I live on the island.
India has banned this group. The government of India has designated this man as a terrorist. But the government of Canada, under Justin Trudeau, gives him a free rein. He operates freely in Canada. Take a look.
This is a message to those who assassinated Major. We are calling for your political death. ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰਾਜਸੀ ਕਤਲ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੈ ਸ਼ੰਕਰ ਡੋਵਲ ਸ਼ਾਹ we are coming for you. We are coming with the might of the pen and we are using the international laws. Yes, we are going to challenge the territorial integrity. Yes, we are going to challenge the sovereignty. We are going to balkanize India.
In this rally, he was openly giving calls to break up India. He said, we will balkanize India. He's threatening to attack Indian leaders. He was inciting the crowd against India. And what did the Canadian authorities do? Did they stop Panu? Did they arrest him? They did not. Instead, they are facilitating a referendum that pushes for the creation of Khalistan, that pushes for the breakup of India. And let me repeat, all of this is being facilitated by the government of Canada while their Prime Minister is still in India. No wonder they got a dressing down from Prime Minister Modi. And he's been
or they had a plane malfunction. Like I think someone like unscrewed a little something.
Putting partisanship aside, no one likes to see.
I mean, I kind of would.
Upon by the rest of the world.
You deserve it.
He shared that front page of the Toronto Times with this post. And this is not the first time that Justin Trudeau has been snubbed and scolded in India. He came for a long visit in 2018.
Yeah, that last time was so bad. It gets worse.
In attire, visited a temple, went to Taj Mahal.
even showed his Bhangra moves at a High Commission event. No one was impressed. The photo ops were overshadowed by a scandal. Trudeau's office invited a Khalistani for a reception. They withdrew the invite later, but by then the damage was done. Justin Trudeau had egg on his face, and he admitted it. Let me quote from what he said about his 2018 visit to India. He called it, and I'm quoting, a blaring, negative, wall-to-wall international ridicule. So he knows that it was a big flop. And he has learned no lessons. In fact, he made it worse the second time, this time. And his broken down plane is perhaps a cherry on the top. Justin Trudeau, with his disastrous India policy and his appeasement of Khalistani terrorists, has become a national embarrassment for Canada.
Kinda. Yeah. That's kind of what's happening here, folks. That is a good way to put it. I think she unpacked that really well. I can't argue with it. Like this, we are heading into some weird times in our nation. Oh yeah, this one I think is a little, yeah.
We call it punting in healthcare, where you don't want to deal with the problem because it takes a lot of work and you're already under this huge load. So maybe it's not even because you're a bad person, but just because there's 10 rocks you're holding up, and then if you get one more, you're worried, so you punt the rock to someone else. But what ends up happening with people who have non-specific symptoms, when I say non-specific, meaning if you come in and you have AS and you have back pain, fatigue, that could be 500,000 different conditions.
Yep.
So in order to properly diagnose it takes a lot of work to do a proper history, a proper physical, to order the correct tests without over-ordering tests and all these things, have a good communication line with you. So people are like, I'll punt it.
Try some ibuprofen.
And guess what? You can't really sue them because they're like, there's back pain and I said it's musculoskeletal. Is it not? And they're technically right, but they're also technically doing a disservice by doing it.
Meanwhile, in Canada, we don't have doctors, so I kind of pull them up just because I like imagining, Yeah, I think this is what I do. No, I don't know. It in my pay level. I don't know if I'd step in with that. Oh yeah, this one I like, and this one is truth as well.
When you try to capture the glue pump, but instead you capture an unwarranted stare from a male who probably has a daughter your age.
This man did nothing wrong. He's in a public gym, minding his own business, getting a great workout in, and you decide to film him and shame him on social media to make yourself out to be a victim, which you're not, for likes and attention. You're in the middle of a gym, sticking your butt out, trying to take a selfie, which you don't see every day, and he happened to look over at you for a brief second. And you label him as a pervert? So you want attention and to feel like a victim, all at the expense of women that are actually harassed in gyms? And I think it's funny that you say he may have a daughter your age. Did you think about that? Because he may have a daughter and a wife and a family and a job. All that you put at risk simply so you could feel like a victim and get some attention on social media. My advice, put your headphones in, apologize to this man, and next time, mind your own business. Be better than that.
Good advice. Oh, this is hilarious. This one's hilarious.
You don't want to get vaccinated. Well, that's enough. You can get jailed, shot, and then a few months later get shot. And even that crusty old uncle who resists, unvaccinated, cannot be free.
We must continue to turn citizens with real anxieties against their neighbors, their family members.
The federal government doesn't care if we're tired of restrictions. It's going to keep doing what it does anyway.
to hold back, to deter unvaccinated. Well, that's enough. Don't think you can get on a plane or a train. You cannot be free. As a government, we would always stand with Moderna on the lucrative side hustle of mRNA vaccines. Money, while unvaccinated lost their paychecks. It usually required convincing or coercing. The government chose dystopia. Many people would have noticed that whenever unpressed on the question of unlawful or mandatory vaccinations, tend to be quite predictable. We continue, blind Canadians. We continue to twist the truth and distort reality for Canadians. We continue to be really dumb. Vaccines are safe and effective. The way we get through, I've never seen virus report. We have enough vaccines in Canada right now to end climate change. Get the booster shots. Further, these Pfizer offered Canada secured millions and millions of booster shots into the next few centuries. Non-vaccinated people really suck. I stand with intolerance and hate. I propagate hateful messages. Go! Knock doors! Unvaccinated. Better hide. We're going to war. Abuse, intimidate, and harass unvaccinated forever. Well, that's enough. You cannot be free. It really was an amazing feeling. Make no mistake. I've been completely unacceptable. I've been inaccurate and contained dangerous misinformation.
That was very, very well done. Some of these are like, maybe not my artwork today. Oh, this is so cute. I'm just gonna I'm not gonna pull up the whole thing. Just some of it. So this is Gates Wildlife. They were like rescue. And they had to cut apart a duck. Just a nice soda cut apart. Oh my god. Dude, the cute fox, isn't that cute? That is a little baby fox.
Wow.
And
way too cute.
Oh my goodness. Little tails. And there's like, I think there's the other one. Number two, yeah. We got number two there. And they are so gentle and just nice, you know. And then actually we have 3 and 4 over here.
So ready?
Yeah.
You guys so fast. So I was juggling camera too nice.
Yeah, because there's also another one inside there. I think there was 3 or 4 with this one. But the mama fox just like goes up to the box. And people on YouTube are like, why is that fox digging her feet in? And it's actually, people were saying it's to cover their scent as when they are transporting the babies. So, and you can see here, like she's really trying. It's almost a high box, but she's good. And also, she might be trying to, yeah. And this is the most humane way. See, she comes back. It's almost like she knows there's a camera, but she's like, I'm just going for the babies. I'm just going for the babies. Yeah. 2 more. 2 more. Oh, yeah. Get out of here. The last time you play under any old porch there. See? She already has another den set up for them. Somewhere just down the property. Or, it seems like it's a wooded area, so. Holy shit, is that 5? Holy cow. Nope, there, no. Jesus. It's like a magic box of foxes. Yeah, okay, I think it's the last one. Last one, right? Last one. There we go. And then they go back and check. Don't you go back and check? Make sure there's no more. Oh, no, there was one more in there. Jesus. That's a lot of puppies. They have a natural sense. So even though that box seems like it's really humane, a fox will look at that like it's a trap. They, after generations of the fur trade, it's in their DNA that they are scared of things like this. So even though this was totally humane, they've just picked up her babies, put them in there.
Just watch the mother fox come back for her babies. Obviously, one by one, she's been taking them across the street and probably putting them in a temporary location. But as you can see, she's come back and taken all their babies.
Yeah. They actually have
So exactly how we wanted this to play out. We took 7 babies out from under the deck, put them in the box in very short order.
7 babies?
Literally less than 5 minutes, she has come back and taken all 7 babies to her alternate location. So we're done here, and she has her babies in a safe place, and job complete.
I'll have to look that one up. I thought it was 4 babies when I first pulled up that clip. I was like, okay, yeah, they found 4, and that's. And I was like, wow, and that was the sunrise this morning. I kind of alternate, but I had a nice little rainbow. I turned into a planet, or was trying to fit into this other artwork. And this one's a longer one, so if you want to know about booty lives, there's a clip for you. I'm not pulling it up. That one's a good one. How Florida's war on woke could provide a glimpse into America's future, which, I'm not going to unpack that one. This one was a good one. My divorce story. That was actually a really good one. And Johnny Depp and exposes Hollywood. You can't be yourself. Well, it's Hollywood. What do you expect, darling? Oh, problems with Canadian economy. Johnny Depp or Canadian economy. I don't know. Is there anything funny? Fauci, no, that is not funny. That is, it just keeps getting worse. No, that's even more to unpack that probably. And she is good, but she does good readings. You just kind of have to understand the language. I'm not translating. Strategists on what Trudeau needs to do to regain voters' confidence. I think CTV just is trying to psych up for their paycheck. This one is so sad. I'm going to pull this one up. Okay,
I'm leaving now. I'm here at Kahului Airport, and you can see there's no one here. Everything's basically been shut down. Tourists are being told not to come by, a lot of locals, and the economy is at a standstill again here. And in fact, it's so empty that I'm doing this voiceover right now in the airport before I get on my plane, and there's no one within about 100 feet of me, so it's not even awkward or weird for me to sit here talking to myself. The fact that I'm leaving here means the gloves can come off, and I can start saying a lot of the things that I didn't feel safe to say when I was on the island. I'm going to try to upload this before I get on my plane, but I don't know if that's going to work or not. But either way, when I get on the plane, I will post a picture or a video inside of the plane just before takeoff as a story on TikTok to show that I managed to safely get off the island. And I know in the comments of some of the other videos that I've made, people have doubted that that would happen, but it's happening now. I'm getting out of here, which is bittersweet. Overall, it's a happy day for sure, considering how terrible last month has been. But it was difficult to make this decision. I mean, when it comes to a natural beauty standpoint, this place is great. The weather's great. There's obviously beautiful beaches and mountains. There's no predatory animals. There's no snakes. You can't even get Lyme disease here. There's no tick-borne illness. So it has a lot of things going for it. But when I was here, I just really didn't feel free. I mean, for 18 years, I've done the same job, and I've traveled all over the world, and I could really do my job anywhere aside from here. This is the first time in 18 years that I have been stopped from doing my job because we could not leave our home, and we did not have internet. Well, we could leave our home. Let me correct that. Let me just correct that. We could leave our home, but we were being told that we could not come back, even though our home was 20 minutes away from a fire. And so if we can't come back, that would leave us with the prospect of being homeless downtown. So effectively, we could leave, but we'd be homeless. So because of that situation, I couldn't get on the internet. We didn't have power, and that went on for quite a while. So I could do my job pretty much anywhere other than this place. And there was a lot of weird stuff that's happened here. The number one reason that I feel like there's no future here, and I really felt like it just was not the place for us anymore, is because when we were getting bossed around and kind of told that we needed to spend all day in the park getting permission slips to come back to our house and all this nonsense, the population here just really seems like they can be controlled by just a handful of people. I mean, there's thousands of people that are all getting told ridiculous things by just a couple of police officers. And I'm the only one asking questions. And I'm not saying that people should be, rising up or anything, but they should be asking some damn questions and documenting and filming everything. And for some reason, the people here are either trusting of the government or fearful of the government in ways that I've never seen anywhere else. And there's also many different policies here that don't exist on the mainland. For example, there's a general excise tax, which means everything at every level here gets taxed. Wholesale transactions get taxed. Things that I've never seen get taxed. And I think that's a big reason why in 2021 there was a tipping point where now there are more Native Hawaiians living in the contiguous 48 states than living here in Hawaii, and throughout all the islands combined. And that's, I believe, because you don't have the same opportunities here that you have on the mainland. And a lot of that is because of what I see as a tyrannical government here that controls the people in ways I've just never seen. And people go along with it. And so that combination of those two things together just means I don't want to be here. And I don't want to find out what happens during the next disaster, because what I saw during this one, I mean, watch my previous episodes. And there is one thing I want to tell you guys, which I've had on certain platforms. I'm not going to pick on anyone in particular, but I have had some content pulled down. So what I'm going to say next, I hope that you guys will follow me on the different platforms I've been uploading to. I'm on TikTok, I'm on YouTube, I'm on X, and Rumble, and I'll probably add a couple others. But if you can follow me on all of the different platforms you can find me on, the algorithm the community standard censorship. Like these things are different on each platform. So I think nowadays it's more important than ever that if you want to hear what somebody's saying and you want to see what their content is, to follow them on all platforms rather than just one. Because unfortunately, with all these videos I've done about the Hawaii disaster, like I was trying to make this a binge watchable thing where there's video after video after video in context showing this place basically descent into chaos, which is what I experienced. And I was standing on the hill uploading this stuff, thinking, okay, this is the next one. And now on certain platforms, some of them are missing, so it's kind of disheartening. It's kind of disappointing. But anyway, if you guys follow on multiple platforms, I think that will be probably a good solution to that problem. Now, one other thing I want to talk about is the fact that I actually had haters keeping me safe out here. Haters who wanted to do me harm, keeping me safe out here, which is a story I can only tell now. I couldn't have told before because it would have made what they were doing kind of null and void when it comes to keeping me safe. So I had one hater. This is a long time ago, actually. They made a fake profile on Facebook with my name, but with a picture of somebody else. I have no idea who this person is. But the fact that they made this fake profile, I reported it to Facebook, who of course didn't take it down. But so it's out there. And so then I had a hater from the whole Hawaii thing who was literally taking this picture of this guy who's not me, but she thought it was me, and she was posting it all over the place, saying, "This is what this guy looks like," and basically encouraging violence on me and my family. I mean, these are just incredible people that are on some of the people on these social media platforms are just such nasty, hateful, loser people. And so she spent her whole day doing this because I was reporting what I was seeing on the ground and showing my footage, and she was posting a fake picture the whole time. My wife and I saw this, and we thought it was just so hilarious, and it was a relief to us. We were relieved. We knew that these people who were saying they were going to come get us were looking for somebody that wasn't us. It wasn't me. I hope this guy, whoever he is, isn't on Maui, but I figured I would clear this up for him in case he ever wants to visit Maui, so that whoever doesn't like the truth being reported doesn't go attack this guy. But anyway, stay tuned, guys. Like I said, I have a lot of stuff to tell you when I get off this island, and that's what's happening right now. So stay tuned.
Maui. I assume he made it off safe. Like, oh, this is crazy. This is some crazy footage. Footage from Vegas. A little bit rainy. Holy crap, look at that.
Here comes a Walmart cart. Here comes. Oh, bye, Walmart cart. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Everyone is driving on the median. Yeah, because they're bitches. They're on the median, you guys. They have elevated off the roadway. So much garbage. This is nuts. Look at this, you guys. Oh, you can't see it. Oh my God. Truck coming through. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so nuts. Oh. I don't think it gets our house. Ew. It came in on me. Holy man. That's crazy. Why is there so much garbage though? Because it floods the tunnels. Oh, so there's a tunnel over there. This is all the homeless people. There's an encampment. That's that one thing. Oh my God. Look at that. It's like 5 feet away. That's a DVD. Where's his other dog? Where's his other dog? Oh no. No. That's a different guy. Oh, these cars can't go nowhere over here. That's semi is. Oh my God.
Yeah, I guess that would be a little shock to the system there. Keep waiting for some night. I'll be doing a live stream. There'll be this big old earthquake. It'll happen. I know. This one's so damn cute.
I don't know if I can take this anymore, y'all. My bosses are borderline verbally abusive, if not just flat out verbally abusive. And they're just yelling at me and yelling at me. And I do my best. And I try to be quick. And it's Christmas Eve. And they're not giving me a single break. And, I got some video footage of it. So I'm just going to show y'all. You tell me what you think. I'm coming. What more do you want from me? Don't holler at me and I'll do it faster. I mean, I'm 5 minutes late, y'all. And that's the treatment. This is the treatment that I get. Are you happy now? Is this good enough?
Yeah, they're so darn cute. I like little cows. They are cute. You cannot deny they are. That was not absolutely adorable. Oh yeah, this one. I know I've been
Number one, don't ever say I'm
on
too
this.
skinny. Where I'm healthy. There's a big difference. Number two, how insensitive is this? There's a few reasons why it's insensitive. Number one, Eugenia Cooney is a walking miracle. Nobody knows. And we're all fascinated by how she is surviving looking like this. And then we have the people who are fascinated by the fact that she's wearing a skin suit. That's it. Just skin and bones. And they're paying her to twirl YouTube. You monetize her, you demonetize me. You go, but you monetize her and make money off of her because she has millions of subscribers. Of course you are. You're going to pick money over morality every day. But then you're going to say, all right, Selena, while you're twirling around for your fetish having fans, and Selena is 1600 because she trusts a woman and she was killed in cold blood. Makes sense.
Oh, that was kind of dark. Sometimes I pull them up and I don't really know where they go. Oh, the rape hospital. Yeah, that's really one I should probably not pull up on my blog. This one, yeah, we'll pull up this one. Maybe we'll go back to the rape hospital. I know there's a few people.
What do you mean, Dad? I was
Who might be into that.
Because he's a year younger. He lived right across to our house. His dad was a teacher the elementary school. George was this very skinny little kid, straight sandy hair, and we did things that kids do. We played games on the street. He was in the same grade as me, so we hung out with some of the kids at school too. And I was very good friends with him until grade 7, when I matured and he didn't, because boys don't mature as fast as girls. I left him to his group of friends, and I went on with my group of friends, and we didn't really hang out again until high school. I was actually going out with another fellow, but I wanted George to be my grad escort because he was my best friend. My boyfriend had to go away around graduation, so I asked George to be my escort, and he said yes. So that was our first date. He didn't spend any time with me though. He spent time with his friends at graduation. Yeah.
That's actually a very sweet clip. Oh dear, that one. Yeah, that one's bad. Trudeau. Oh, more Trudeau. I think. Okay, we're almost at the end. I'll open up the channel. The link is posted. I will post it again. We'll go for this one though before.
Everybody, and I mean literally everybody.
I'll shut it down. That's probably the
citizens, as we just recently see, even
for half 5 hour mark.
Opinion news, the leaders,
The link is posted.
Justin Trudeau's own plane, and it's
If
actually
people ask, I can post it.
And there you have other party leaders that are fed up with Justin Trudeau, obviously the Conservative Party. You also have even Canadian senators that are kind of the most neutral, common sense people, where their political bias is supposed to be almost non-existent, even though senators are affiliated with different parties, right, political parties. You have Canadian senators that are speaking out against Justin Trudeau, and they're actually punching down because senators are almost somewhat above the Prime Minister in terms of the hierarchy. Now, that there's an argument to be made, but I don't know, that's just how I do it. I view senators as a little bit more important than the Prime Minister himself. Well, come back to another video, everybody. Today we're taking a look at a very good video that just really uncovers a lot of the Trudeau Foundation secrets. And this is a Canadian senator, mind you, who's posted this video.
I know. This is so amazing.
Friends of the Truth is real.
She just, this is the one I'm thinking of. She just
extremely correct.
She just, this is so good. This is,
get on with this video.
This one's a good one. Yes. Yes. And she is our best senator. Like one of them. We have a few. She is amazing.
These doors, decisions worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and decisions that impact the lives of millions of people. And Canada's relations with foreign powers are made every day. When they say the halls of power, these are the halls. For some elites and special interests, getting through these doors and getting that money and influence is the only thing that matters. What's good for the country, what's good for Canadians, those considerations are second, and the distant third. Power, money, and influence is the name of the game for them. There's a saying, who do you know in the PMO? Under the Trudeau government, the concentration of power and influence has evolved. It's more complicated. The PMO uses outside organizations and a series of appointments to prominent positions to help keep Trudeau and his Liberal government in office. This is a story about an organization that shares the same name as the Prime Minister. This is a story about how it began getting a lot of cash from foreign donors. At the same time, as seen, a great line of appointments and political influence appears between the Trudeau Foundation and the Trudeau government. The implications of this are extraordinary. This is a story about the Trudeau Foundation.
Wow, one hell of an intro. And I do have against the Conservatives. I know there's an editor, I know there's a team behind it, but this really goes to show that the Conservative Party is in it to win, and they understand modern culture. They understand that social media is arguably more powerful than mainstream media and television and even newspapers. And the time for that is coming gone. The Freedom Convoy, which is one of Canada's, I think, Canada's literal largest movement, even bigger than any Olympics that Canada's ever hosted. that that attention was garnered through social media. Mainstream media fueled it by adding so much propaganda and hate towards it that it just naturally gave people some sort of organic curiosity and interest in what was happening. But the power of social media is so impactful, and it's being used right now in all the good ways by the Conservative Party of Canada. When you have on the flip side, you have the liberals that try and use it and they get trolled online. Because you can have a liberal government, or even just make a edited video like what we're looking at right now, and people are just fed up with it because it doesn't matter what facet of the world he goes to. You can go all the way to India, he's going to get heckled, he's going to get trolled. He can go online, he's going to get heckled, he's going to get trolled. In Canada, he gets heckled, he gets trolled. So social media is a very powerful tool right now, and I think the Conservatives are really doing a great job of utilizing it. That's kind of my point to this.
As I thought about this, I began to realize the way that this is organized. Influence, political cover, money, and positions. You have Prime Minister Trudeau at the top. Then there are all those he and his government have appointed to prominent positions and special roles. Of course, Justin Trudeau often turns to these reliable allies when he finds himself in hot water. So let's call this what it is. The Trudeau Family Foundation, started by the French and Liberal government with $125 million of Canadian taxpayers' money. Let's meet some notable Trudeau Foundation alumni. Senator Peter Harder, former Trudeau Foundation mentor, former head of the Canada-China Business Council. He was Trudeau's transition team head when the Liberals took power in 2015. Then Trudeau made him his first Senate government leader. Miguel Lavelle, former Trudeau Foundation mentor. Trudeau made her chair of the advisory board for Senate appointments. Anne McClellan, Trudeau appointed her to report on the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Trudeau Foundation mentor David Johnston. Trudeau named him special
long-time friend.
Interference.
Ski buddy.
Senators Francis Lang, Rene Dupuis, Tricia Pope, Michelle Baudet, and Senator Patty Everseen Benson, the new Senate government deputy leader. All Trudeau Foundation alumni. The list goes on and on.
Oh my God! Do you understand how severe this is?
Yeah.
This is worse than I thought. I mean, this is a Canadian senator, by the way, right? Who is just blowing the lid off of this Trudeau Foundation and the scandals and just uncovering all of their secrets. Ladies and gentlemen, please take this time right now to share this to as many people as you can, because people have to be aware of how corrupt, how messed up Justin Trudeau and this Liberal government is. This is a Trudeau Foundation that's guised as this, great thing for the Liberals and for charity organizations, all that stuff. It's all insider money laundering. It's all insider knowledge, insider people that keep everything amongst themselves, and it's horrible. And it's bad. And also, the World Economic has infiltrated this, as you saw Trudeau speaking at the back earlier in this video. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, it stresses me out, man. My blood pressure is just so high. I'm gonna keep drinking coffee because that helps.
Former Trudeau Foundation alumni appointed to positions throughout the federal government, and a pattern emerges here. Frequently, when Justin Trudeau gets caught in a scandal, and I don't know if you've noticed, but there have been a few,
his buddies investigated
in his little book of Trudeau Foundation contacts and calls on one of them to give him some political cover. We saw this with SNC-Lavalin. We saw this with sexual misconduct in Canada's military, and we're seeing it again now with the Beijing election interference scandal. But hold on. Governments appoint people all the time. What's the big issue here? It comes back to influence, especially with what we've learned recently about Beijing's attempts to interfere in Canadian democracy. Foreign powers have quickly discovered that it's easier to fly under the radar than it is to slip through those big metal doors at the Prime Minister's office if you just approach organizations like the Trudeau Foundation and shout about money. You still get power and influence.
All right, this reminds me. I got crazy ass goosebumps right now. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I'm this really reminds me. Now this might throw a lot of people off, but that's okay. Just bear with me. Of when Trump was saying many years ago during the swamp. Of course, it's talking about America. Now, how is that applicable to Canada? You're seeing right now in this video that Justin Trudeau has his buddies
everywhere. So any sort of controversy, any sort of hiccup or speed bump that he runs into, he has all his bases covered. I mean, there's nothing that can tear down Justin Trudeau to the point where it's just like, he even has his fingers, his lips on the media, which is the worst thing. He can almost indirectly control the media. This type of power is dictator. It's communism. This is what the kings way back in the day were doing. You don't have to go way back. You can just go to China and see that the person on top is impenetrable, right? Aside from Klaus Schwab, obviously sticking his finger and penetrating Justin Trudeau, who knows where. But it shows you how corrupt our system is. Who's gonna tear this down? Who's gonna dissolve everything? Our literal only hope, and I hate to say this, is the conservative government. Not that that's a bad thing, but we should have one or more routes to take. But it doesn't seem like we can really do anything right now. This is scary times, folks. I'm terrified for the future based off of this video. I'm giving this video way too much influence on my life. All right, let's keep going. This is addictive.
And sure enough, at the same time Trudeau was elected Liberal leader, he's seen huge amounts of cash flowing from foreign donors, some even from the hostile Beijing regime to the Trudeau Foundation. And this has continued. We've seen a stunning amount of waffling and inaction by the Trudeau government on many issues concerning the communist Chinese regime's relations with Canada. Police stations operated by the Beijing dictatorship on Canadian soil. The Trudeau government refused to ban Huawei for years, only after our closest allies applied extraordinary pressure that they reversed that decision. Trudeau and his Liberal cabinet refused to stand up in the House of Commons and vote for the motion condemning Beijing's genocide of its leader people.
It feels like Trudeau is always one step ahead. And I hate to say that, but no matter how many videos we make, no matter how much we talk about it, no matter how many viral videos or protests happen, it just seems like Trudeau is always one step ahead. And that's a lot of that is due and contributed to influence and people in power. Being able to go to a police department, imagine that you are in trouble, right? You get shit, whatever it is, you're in trouble with the law, you're just in trouble. And when your best friend, and when your best mates is like the head of all departments
There's just some new light on Trudeau.
A genocide. But the Liberal cabinet,
and sort
including
of
the Prime Minister,
like
they didn't just abstain, they didn't even show
this
up for the
little
vote.
like
We even know that a Canadian member
jet adventure.
The way you sit after your cabinet has been penetrated, I put on the Twitter or the YouTube community.
So if you go to Clyde do something, you can find it just came out. I kind of want to watch it. Thank you everyone for joining me. Sorry, I might open up the panel later, but I'm getting tired. I want to finish my dishes and flip over laundry, do some artwork, just like do that self-love, self-care, happiness sort of deal. Thank you for joining me. If you have stories you want to share, check out bluecryptameria.gold. Or all my information is in my description. You can find my website, find my information if you want to contact me, if you have stories you want to share, or if you do any kind of AI art, or hey, even if you've rebuilt a plane or a vintage car, I'd love to see it. A lot of people would. I think everyone loves something like share your passion. Hope you are well. Much love. Oh my God, this is so bad. I cannot believe we shouldn't even have let him out of the country. Like, I know he had to show up for the G12 or 20, but yeah, we're not even in the G12 anymore after that, man. But we're still in the G20 and just barely. I think we might be kicked out this next year. Yeah, could be bad. Anyways, have fun.